9. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
Okay, members, declare the meeting open. In the room with me today I have Alex Eason, Andy Allen, Robin Newton and the Vice Chair Kelly Armstrong, and on Starleaf at present we have Mark Durkin. Hi Mark. Then we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is apologies. We have apologies from Fran McCann, and also Sinead had sent me a text last night to tell me she was going to be 10 minutes later, so she's school run to do this morning. So just members, for your information. Then I'll move on to agenda item 2, which is chairperson's business. Members, at last week's meeting we agreed to hold our second informal stakeholder briefing on the 26th of January from 1 until 3 p.m. To accommodate the work of the business committee that day, I propose a slight change to the time, so we're going to start at 1:30 and finish at 3:30. Members are content to agree that?
Thank you.
Great, no problem, thank you. I've also been, but this is just something I wanted to mention as well. I brought it up with the Minister on Monday at question time about clubs and the funds that they can apply for. We know that social clubs and working men's clubs had applied for the funding from the Department of Finance and received that funding. But I've also been told that there has been some sports clubs that applied for that funding as well, that got it in the first tranche of funding, but they have now been told they have to apply through DFC. I've also then heard from another sports club that did apply through DFC and was told they had to apply through the Department of Finance. So this is specifically looking at sports clubs that have bars that pay staff, that pay VAT, that pay high rates, and that were told that they couldn't apply under the Department of Finance. So would members, if they're in agreement, can we write to the Minister for Finance and ask for the just for some detail around that, and also to the Minister for Communities as well, because I just wouldn't want some of those clubs missing out. Because they don't seem to have got their act together or be speaking to each other, both of those departments, as to who funds what. Yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if we could even ask Minister for Communities, because it is sport and it's sport related, even though it would be Department of Finance giving out this money, if there could be some sort of a guidance published then through Sport NI or whoever, the department, clarifying that what they do, because if they're being bounced to communities, I'm sure communities is looking at it and going, what's this got to do with us? But I think there needs to be that clarification to ensure that our sporting bodies aren't left behind. And
the difficulty there is a lot of those sporting bodies or those sports clubs have to apply through their sporting bodies. So you have, cricket clubs, football clubs, GAA clubs, whatever it might be, that have licensed premises. Having to apply for that funding then through their sporting bodies, and they're nearly a separate entity within those clubs. So it's just, I think you're quite right, Kelly, we need to have just that stronger guidance on that put out. Members, okay that we do that, yes?
Yes, please.
Also then, members, the committee's call for evidence and views regarding the licensing bill closes on Monday the 14th of December. Given the extension to the committee stage of the bill and the ongoing upheaval for the hospitality sector, I'm proposing that we extend that call for evidence until Monday the 18th of January to allow more time for individuals and organisations to respond. It will not affect our planned oral evidence sessions in any way. So can I ask members, are they content to agree that we extend that call for evidence?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, thank
Agreed.
you. Move on then to agenda item 3, which is draft minutes. Members, you'll find these draft minutes for the 3rd of December 2020 on page 6. Can I ask our members content to agree that draft minutes are minutes as drafted? Robin?
No, sorry, Chair, I did want to raise another matter earlier. I thought I had signalled.
Sorry, then I'll go back. That's okay, Robin, go ahead. What is it?
Chair, you'll remember the briefing that we had from the representative bodies from the charitable industry sector. And indeed, they were making the point that some of the bodies here who were part of a national body but have a degree of independence in Northern Ireland were ruled out of the charitable support. I raised it in a question with the Minister on question time. The Minister was quoting the 500 odd charitable bodies that did get support, but seemed surprised when I pointed out that there were significant bodies in Northern Ireland who were being ruled out because of the reserves of the national body, but into which the local body were not able to tap. And the Minister did seem surprised at that, and did say that she would inquire as to why they had been ruled out. But I think it might be pertinent for us, Chair, to contact the Minister's office on behalf of those bodies who came to speak to us, and indeed the others, to get clarity on the situation. And if, as I detected from the Minister's response, that she felt not being able to tap into reserves in a national body was ruling a body locally out, that it's not something that would find favour with her.
Yeah, I absolutely right. I agree with you, Robin. I was shocked whenever she said that she didn't know that there were any charities that couldn't apply for that money. It was, yeah, and we know from last week's briefing session that it was, what is it, the 168 of the charities, or 167 of the Charities Commission, stuff that has not been enacted since 2008 is the reason behind that. So I think you're absolutely right. I think we just need to maybe write to her directly and ask her for more detail on that, because we absolutely know that there are many charities that have been frozen out of that because of that reason. But I agree with you. It was a little bit of a shock that she didn't know.
It may well be, Chair, that the charity organisations were watching, but those that did present to us, perhaps you would also contact them and let them know that we are following up.
No, thank you, Robin. That's okay. All right, if we can move on then to the draft minutes again, then agenda item 3, and as I said, members, you'll find these at page 6. So can I ask our members content to agree the minutes as drafted of the 3rd of December 2020? Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, then members will move on to agenda item 4, which is members arising. Members, you've been provided at page 13 with a copy of the latest report of the Examiner Statutory Rules, who draws attention to SR 2020-242, the Social Security Coronavirus Further Measures Amendment of Miscellaneous Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2020. The regulations were laid in breach of the 21-day rule, and the Department has stated that the reason for the breach was in the context of the urgent response to the coronavirus pandemic. The Examiner is content that the Department has on this occasion provided a satisfactory reason for the breach. Can I ask members, have they any comments, or are they content to note that? Content?
Content to note, yeah.
Okay. Members, then, you've been provided at page 23 with a response from the Cliff Edge Coalition, highlighting their concerns in response to committee queries asked at a recent briefing session. The response highlights a range of key issues, including to ensure that the necessary legislative time is urgently prioritised for the measures needed to close loopholes in relation to the bedroom tax and benefit cap, and to request that the Department share a timetable for the review process and to commit to a process of engagement with the Cliff Edge Coalition to ensure strengthened mitigations that meet the new challenges arising from universal credit and the two-child limit, and cuts to housing benefits in the private rented sector. Excuse me, I know I noticed on Twitter, I think it was recently, that the Minister had met with the Cliff Edge Coalition. So hopefully some of that was discussed with the Minister then. But can I just ask, our members have any comments, or are they content to note that? I see Mark Durkin's hand is up. Mark?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Now, just to suppose in relation to that correspondence that there are points raised and that I and others have been raising since January, basically since the Assembly got back together again, and it's a need for us to see that timetable and see the detail of what's being proposed. My fear here is that I know the coalition's called the Cliff Edge Coalition. My concern is that we're just kind of sleepwalking towards another cliff edge. We're not going to get adequate time to scrutinise and improve potentially the new mitigation package that is brought forward, and we all support a new mitigation package and a stronger and improved one. But I do have concerns that the time is running out for us to do much about it or on it. So I just wonder, could we maybe as a committee write to the Minister again, basically reinforcing the points raised by the Cliff Edge Coalition in this correspondence?
Yes, Mark, yep, thank you, will do. Kelly, did you want to comment?
Just following on from actually what Mark is saying there, the next item that comes up under this part of the business, we see a substantial amount of underspend.
That's my next bit on the first brief.
So I was going to say, as Mark has pointed out, we are running out of room, but there is this issue with the loopholes. I know we're going to come to it, but I think we should ask the Minister to utilise that underspend for the loophole people until the end of March, until the new mitigation measures are in place.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Members, you'll find that paper that Kelly's talking about at page 27 of your meeting packs, and it's a departmental reply to committee queries on the reform mitigation scheme's underspend. I think it was was over 22 million of an underspend for the 18-19 year. So it's just, again, they ask why there's an underspend, and if that money can then be diverted, as Kelly says, to cover some of those loopholes. Andy, you wanted to comment?
Sure. I think we've touched on this point around underspends before, and my understanding of it is that goes back central. There's no possibility of reprofiling that within the mitigations, but certainly I would encourage the Minister putting a case forward that that's brought back within the department to mitigate against those loopholes, and also further to Mark's point that we asked the Minister, we understand the mechanism to pay the mitigations now at the moment is in place till the 31st of December with the option to extend that till March 31st, but it'd be good to know the Minister's timeline. We have been back since January. I do appreciate we've obviously had COVID, which has changed the dynamic of things, but we need to really get moving on with these.
Yeah, and even if that money does have to go back then to the central pot again, there is the opportunity for bids as well. So those bids might see that reflected to cover some of that. Kelly, you wanted to come back again?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because what I'd noticed was in that page 29, it does say there's just under, well, 5,752,000 of that money, but the period is 2016 to 2019 of the underspend. We don't know what this year's underspend is, so goodness knows how much there is. I imagine with the number of people who've applied for universal credit this year that 22 million doesn't actually exist anymore because it has already gone back. But I think we need an update on this current financial year, and to encourage the Minister, because this year she wouldn't have given it back yet, because she wouldn't have known until the underspend has been identified. But if there is underspend to date, that should be used. Benefit cap, especially those people who are in that loophole, and they're coming in the mouth of Christmas at the end of this year, not realising, and they wouldn't realise that all of a sudden they're going to get hit with that benefit cap. Children shouldn't have to live in poverty, and I think that the Minister gets that. So we would be encouraging her that the figures that we've been presented with are previous year's figures, but I think we need to ask for an update for this year to see what's going on.
Page 27 says it's going to be published in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and I think we should say, it shouldn't be anywhere near that figure, because I know when the Minister came into office, and the Minister before her, Deirdre Hargey as well, I know any other time there'd been an underspend, a lot of it was blamed on the fact that discretionary support wasn't being awarded. At the very beginning, people were having to take advance payments, and I know that both of those ministers said that they wanted to see that change and wanted to end that people didn't start off on a footing on debt. So I'd like to think that because of discretionary support being handed out, albeit there has been extra given to discretionary support over the COVID months. So no, I think that very much we do need an update on that. I think you're all absolutely right.
That's the contingency one though, Chair. The contingency fund, I don't see that, unless I'm missing, it's not mentioned.
It's not mentioned.
On that, is it?
No, I didn't see it either.
There's
Okay,
no-
well then we need some information on that. We'll write to the department and ask them, members. Okay. Then can I then, four members have been provided with a tabled letter from the department advising that a copy of the second independent review of PIP report will be laid in the business office on the 11th of December. Again, any further comments are happy to note that.
I think just following it, I know we had a conversation with Marie Kavanagh during the process, but I know we have an awful lot coming up, but we'll see the report. I'm just wondering if we can get feedback then from the department at some stage about what they're going to do with the recommendations, because the last recommendations weren't carried forward. What's going to happen with these ones?
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Any other members want to make a comment on that? Or happy to move on? Okay, we'll move on then to agenda item 5, which is a departmental briefing on its 5-year strategy. You'll find this at page 32. You'll find the briefing paper at page 32 of your pack. Can I welcome then to the meeting Beverly Wall and Karen Ward? And Beverly, we're going to ask you to begin, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My colleague Karen Ward and I are pleased to be here today to brief you on the recently launched DFC strategy, Building Inclusive Communities. For the first time since the Department for Communities was established, we have a single corporate plan in this strategy that sets out our objectives and goals until 2025 and the steps we'll take to achieve those goals. The strategy takes account of our Minister's priorities, programme for government commitments, and New Decade, New Approach commitments, and also the Executive's response to and planned economic, social and health and wellbeing recovery from COVID-19. It's a living document, so it will change and adapt over the 5-year period to meet emerging challenges and priorities. The strategy is broken down into 4 cross-cutting themes, which are anti-poverty, wellbeing and inclusion, sustainability and inclusive growth, and agility and innovation. The Minister has agreed the outcomes that we will aim to achieve against each of these themes, and also a range of priority actions we'll take to achieve the outcomes. In many cases, these priorities reflect our work programme over the next 1 to 2 years, but we will continue to develop additional actions over the lifetime of the strategy. Under the theme of anti-poverty, we aim to reduce the number of people living in poverty and ensure that those living in poverty have access to the support they need. And actions we're currently taking as a department to deliver this outcome include the development of a cross-departmental anti-poverty strategy using principles of co-design and co-production. An expert panel has been established and is due to present their recommendations to Minister by the end of the month on the themes and content of the strategy. That work will then be taken forward by a co-design panel of representatives from community and voluntary sector organisations who currently work with and provide support to people in poverty. They will engage widely with other groups and with individuals who have direct experience of living in poverty, and with a cross-departmental group of officials to develop the strategy and associated action plan with the aim of having an agreed anti-poverty strategy by December 2021. Under the theme of wellbeing and inclusion, we want to help people to live positive, fulfilled lives where they have diverse opportunities to work, to enjoy sports, arts, culture and heritage, to enhance and empower our community and voluntary sector, and to promote and develop Indigenous languages. And actions we're currently taking to deliver this outcome include the development of a suite of social inclusion strategies, including gender equality, disability and sexual orientation, that will address barriers to inclusion. Other actions include the development of an Irish language strategy, an Ulster Scots strategy, plus the development of a strategy for physical activity and sport to improve participation in sport. The Sustainability and Inclusive Growth theme focuses on us supporting citizens and communities to achieve their maximum potential through economic, cultural and environmental interventions, which includes increasing community wealth building and social enterprise, town and city centre revitalisation, ensuring people have access to affordable quality housing, and developing our heritage whilst balancing our environmental obligations. Actions planned to deliver on this theme include the implementation of Minister's recently announced plans to deliver housing executive revitalisation and improve the private sector. Proposals are also being developed for a community wealth building programme by our partners in the voluntary sector. Through this programme, we want to encourage communities to help develop their local economies and redirect wealth back into the heart of communities. And finally, on to agility and innovation. As an organisation, we want to ensure that our working practices are as good as they can be. We intend to support and develop our staff to deliver this ambitious work programme. We're committed to working collaboratively and productively with our arm's length bodies, other departments and the community and voluntary sector, embracing the principles of co-design and co-delivery to deliver our shared objectives and support people, build communities and shape places. One example of this collaboration is a recent work we've done with University of Ulster, where we've entered into a partnership so they will work with our professional services team of statisticians and economists to improve the evidence base we have for both policy development and operational delivery. And a recent example of this is the research report on employment vulnerabilities in the arts, creative culture and heritage industries. And that work has informed the package of support that's now available to arts, culture and heritage sector. We also aim to embrace a continuous improvement mindset so that we provide agile and responsive services to the people we serve. We'll require the input and approval of this committee and the wider executive to achieve many of our ambitions, for example, in relation to the suite of social inclusion strategies and legislative changes such as the introduction of a new sign language bill. This strategy has been developed on what we know now. However, just as none of us could have predicted the scale of the COVID pandemic 12 months ago, the department will need to adjust and respond to any other unexpected circumstances that arise throughout the next 5 years. That's why we treat this strategy as a living document that will continue to monitor, adapt and evolve during the time ahead. Chair, that provides a very short overview of the ambition that lies behind the department strategy, and Karen and I are of course happy to take any questions your members may have.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for sending us through the document. It was good to read, and it is ambitious, but I think we need to be ambitious, and I understand when you say about a living document, because COVID has had a major impact. I'd imagine it's had a major impact on every department within this Assembly and the work that they're undertaking. I just want to ask you just one question around data gathering. I know, because I've been here a number of years, that in Northern Ireland we're not very good when it comes to data gathering. We're not very good, which is a problem whenever you have to put money into something or try and work up a scheme that is going to benefit someone when you don't have that data. And I did hear you say there in your presentation about the co-design and working with the various agencies that deal with all of those issues on a daily basis. So it's really just then, how do you then understand what the needs of the various sectors are without good quality data to back it up?
Absolutely, Chair, and I suppose we have a wealth of data within the department in respect of official and national statistics and management information. But if you take something like an anti-poverty strategy, you recognise that yes, we have lots of qualitative data, but the quantitative data, but the qualitative data, so the data that we need, the lived experience of people living in poverty, or for individuals and organisations working with those living in poverty. We, that's our intention through the co-design process and the co-production process, that they will bring a wealth of data also to the picture, so that we have a fuller informed picture in respect of developing approaches to anti-poverty.
Yeah, and I understand that, because there are various wonderful organisations out there, and they gather lots of data and have that at hand to share. And I suppose there will be other parts within the strategy that will not have that quantitative, data there available. So I also want to ask you around the co-design piece, which I absolutely agree with, that anything that we should be doing here as an Assembly should involve co-design. But co-design goes beyond some of the bigger organisations. We often hear it whenever people come into, witness briefings, that they're speaking on behalf of and then we'll get emails and calls after that to say, well, actually, no, they haven't told you everything that is going on. You know, how do you overcome that, or how do you combat that? You know, do you actually get to the grassroots and speak to the people?
And that's very much so. So if I come back to using the anti-poverty strategy as an example, so we've set up an expert panel, and that expert panel, largely academics. If you take it, four individuals from field of academia and long-standing history of working with people in poverty and research into poverty. What they are doing is producing a report that will set out the themes and priorities that they feel an anti-poverty strategy should address. That's then handed over to a co-design group, which is a larger grouping of individuals representing organisation across the voluntary and community sector. And they've had their first meeting. So the first meeting of that group was this week, where the expert panel handed over their recommendations to the co-design group. That co-design group then is tasked with looking in conjunction with the department and officials in department and the support we can provide them through our statisticians and economists, at looking at those recommendations and then bringing their wealth of knowledge to if you like, to the picture, but also then actually going out, holding focus groups and actively engaging with people living in poverty, with people who have experience of living in poverty, so that we get that, you know, that wider picture, and so that we ensure that any actions that are taken to address poverty actually will achieve that objective and will meet the needs of individuals living in poverty.
No, and thank you, and I understand that, and I suppose as well we as a committee have a role there as well, because we do get contacted by various organisations, groups and individuals that maybe have a different story to tell. That their story is not always heard. So I suppose all of us together have a responsibility there. I'm going to open up the meeting. I'm going to go actually to Sinead first, if members don't mind, because I know she's having a bit of an issue with her Surface Pro this morning. So I'm going to ask Sinead if she has anything she wants to bring up. Sorry, go ahead, Sinead.
Thanks, Chair. It's not so much an issue with my Surface Pro as opposed to me leaving my charger in my office in Stormont. Being on life support here. No, thanks so much for presenting the briefing through there. Mine's just a quick question around arm's length bodies and their role in helping deliver the strategy, because you know, we know that they will have their own aims and objectives too. So you know, and there is a potential. We hope there is a review coming of the arm's length body. So it's really, how will the department ensure that the aims and objectives of the arm's length bodies marry with the departments to ensure maximum success in delivery of the strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, that's key, because as a department we can't deliver on any of these outcomes without working with our arm's length bodies and across government. So what we did from the very outset of development of this strategy, we engaged with our arm's length bodies right from the outset. And took their views on the content of the strategy. And then as the strategy was developed, then we met with arm's length bodies and briefed them on the content of the strategy and sought their views on any further additions and sought their views on how they could support delivery of the outcomes within the strategy. So our arm's length bodies very much committed to this strategy and will commit to aligning their work to ensure they support delivery of the strategy. And, you know, if you take, you know, I'll come back to the anti-poverty strategy. One of the key factors that arose in our discussions with arm's length bodies was for the likes of libraries, NI, and libraries have, you know, a buildings right across Northern Ireland, and they would be keen to use those to ensure that, you know, we can broaden our support to individuals and to communities. So, for example, things we're looking at in terms of agility and innovation is how can we make better use of those buildings, and how could we make better use of those premises to deliver services. So, for example, for benefit services, or you know, for people to access support through the department, or also to deliver a number of programmes through, for example, libraries. So yes, we have engaged with our arm's length bodies from the outset. They've been involved in the development of strategy. They're committed to supporting us to deliver the strategy, but then the hard work now is in delivering that, and we need to continue to work with them to ensure that any of the actions we're developing to deliver on those outcomes, that we're working with our arm's length bodies to do so.
Okay, thank you, Beverly.
Okay, thanks, Sinead. Sinead, I was covering for you there by saying that you just had an issue with your Surface Pro. You had to go and tell the truth. So you did.
2 months from young good.
Okay, is that you finished, Sinead? Yeah? Okay, thank you. I've got Kelly and then I've got Mark. So Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Beverly. As you can imagine, as soon as somebody sees a strategy, they're looking at it and they come up with so many ideas and opportunities that they see that could be added. Can I just ask, first of all, you talked at the start about, there's the opportunity for the committee and for ourselves to look at this strategy now. Is this a done deal, or can this be amended at this stage?
Look, the strategy is very much a living document. It will continually change. So how we're delivering on a strategy is through, and how we're monitoring delivery of the strategy is through our departmental business plan. And that will absolutely change and adapt over the 5 years, and there will be further actions. So against those 4 themes, if there are further actions, we will take those through our business plan and ensure delivery of those. But of course, yes, happy to take views of the committee on any additional actions we need to be considering.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that is because this document is very much about what the department is going to do. One of the concerns I have is how we're moving away from silo mentality. And there's not a lot in this, and it's not like this involves all of the executive departments. There's not a lot here of what other departments will require from communities in order to achieve a lot of what you're trying to achieve. So, for instance, I'm thinking about the Department of Infrastructure, and when you talk about it's on page 12, I think it's page 12 of your document, which is page 45 for us. Providing, for instance, free access to books, information, IT and community programmes through our libraries. Not much use if you can't get to a library, but Department of Infrastructure have their, rural access and urban access to services. So I'm just wondering how much more can be done to, and the other thing, for instance, is on that page 12 or page 45 for us, you talk about encouraging diversity and participation in society, but there's no mention of the Executive Office and the Executive's commitments to TBUC. So there's a lot of underlying actions and rural proofing and lots of things like that aren't mentioned here, that may be the responsibility of another department, but that will have impact on yourselves. And you talked about libraries. For instance, the reduction in libraries and the reduction of hours in libraries across Northern Ireland means that they're no use to man their beast for most of the week. So when we presume that libraries can be used as a meeting space for communities, not if they're closed. So I'm just wondering how much, for instance, money is being provided to help with your strategy, because I'm thinking in particular about the fact that we have post offices are no longer going to be allowed to be used for people to get their benefits. People can't get to banks, so how's that an inclusive community? The reduction in libraries. So if people are going to have to go further to get to a library, is there any money put aside to enable that, along with infrastructure? If there's focus groups being held with your co-design, are you providing money for communities so that isolated people can get to those focus groups? So that just on that side. I have one more question, but I know I've just asked a lot there, Beverly, so bear with me.
Kelly, I'm going to ask Karen to come in on most of this, because I'm getting constantly this unstable connection, so I missed probably about 90% of what you said. But what I got was, just the last bit of what I got was around the funding for delivery of the strategy. Yeah. So look, we're relying on our budget allocation as a department to deliver, to deliver the objectives set out within the strategy. And what we will do this, when we get our budget allocation, then we will, hard decisions will be made by our minister around how the funding is allocated across the department to deliver on these objectives. And so, as in every year over the last few years, it's a 1-year allocation. and we will allocate the funding accordingly. But this strategy provides a framework for ensuring that we're delivering to meet need. In respect of focus groups, yes, we will be happy to look. It will be up to the co-design panels how they want to engage, what methods they want to use, and we will of course look at any funding that's required to support those focus groups, because it's absolutely imperative that what we get are the voices of people and the lived experience of people in developing any of our strategies, either our anti-poverty strategy or any of the social inclusion strategies. Karen, can I ask you to come in on the first bit, which I didn't get?
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to talk first of all about the cross-cutting nature of the strategy. And you are completely right in that we can't deliver this strategy on our own. And there is a reliance not only on our arm's length bodies, but also on other departments for us to work together. And whether it's through the provision of services or whether it is development and delivery of strategies that are far-reaching. Beverly has talked a lot this morning about the anti-poverty strategy, but for example, many of those issues will not be able to be addressed solely by our department, and we will be reliant on other departments to help us with that. So in terms of the detail that's underneath, you're absolutely right in that there are a lot of actions that need to happen in order to deliver the priorities and the objectives that we've set out in the strategy, and we'll do that through our business plans. So what we will do is, for each of those aspects of delivery, we need to undertake our equality screening, and we need to undertake our rural impact assessment so that we can ensure that we are being inclusive and that we are identifying the challenges that exist within our rural communities, so that we can look to the actions that we need to take to resolve some of those for our rural communities who are maybe feeling excluded or can't access services with the current operating arrangements that we have.
Yeah. Just talking about the exclusive, or rural people are not the only ones. You could be living in Belfast and your local post office or your local bank could be 200 yards down the road, but it may as well be 2 miles away if you have limited mobility. But I'm just thinking about, how do we know that people are being excluded? And one of the things that I am worried about, and the Chair mentioned it earlier, is data collection. And the data collection, I know it's mentioned here, but we need to drill down a little bit further on how that measurement is going to happen. For instance, if we use the fair employment definitions, it doesn't use section 75. Instead, it goes back to the binary position. Is there any intention, if you're talking about, like, the title of this document is building inclusive communities, but how do you know if communities are inclusive if you're not actually looking to see who the community is? So I'm going to ask, is there any intention through this strategy to improve the measurement and the data collection of the people who are involved, the community, the organisation, the individuals who are on the ground? And is there any intention of asking, for instance, for the fair employment definitions to be amended so that the equal opportunity, not the Human Rights Commission, the other one, the Equality Commission, can at last look at race, looks at disability and sexual orientation are already counted, but there's other areas of Section 75 that we don't drill into, and I'm just wondering, as part of this strategy, are you going to improve that data collection so that we can at last have a fair reflection of who and what Northern Ireland is?
Sorry, Beverly, I wasn't sure if you were coming in there. I was just going to say that we are going to deliver a suite of social inclusion strategies, which will also take the same co-design approach that we're taking currently with the anti-poverty one.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if there's going to be a fundamental change in the way that data collection is made so that all of the Section 75 categories will be counted, because, for instance, the social strategies you're talking about, fantastic. Couldn't support them more. Please get the disability one done as soon as possible. But I'm just wondering, if we are going to building inclusive communities, how do we know that they're inclusive if we don't have the data to identify all the different types of people that Section 75 identifies? How do we know? Yeah.
And that's an issue that's come out already through the gender equality expert panel and through the disability expert panel. and also through the sexual orientation expert panel. So each of those expert panels will be making recommendations to their co-design groups around the collection of data. It's an issue, yes, we're going to have to look at, because it's an issue that's already in three of the expert panels is coming out as a factor that we need to consider and we need to take forward in delivering on those strategies, developing the strategies and developing the action plans.
And just finally from me, is there any opportunity as part of your strategy or to be produced on the website somewhere? It doesn't even have to be added to this, it can be put on the website, underpinning strategies and policies that are already in place that you will be taking into consideration as part of the development and working through this strategy. So I'm thinking about the rural proofing, the T-Buck, the T-Buck priorities that were agreed by the executive, all of those underpinning things that you're working with all the time anyway. But I'm just wondering, to bolster this, because it does look like this is just communities on its own, when we know that you guys are already thinking about cross-departmental and the other priorities, or the other strategies that government has agreed. Is there somewhere to sort of define that, to say, and while we're doing this, we're also cognizant of, and the list?
Yeah. And look, the strategy is very much the department's corporate plan for the next 5 years, and highlighted within that is that we can't do it on our own, and that we will be working with arm's length bodies and with other departments. And then as each, if you take the high level outcomes and objectives within that strategy, there'll be a raft of work below those. So if you look at something like a sports strategy or Irish language or Ulster Scots strategies, there'll be a raft of work sitting below that and policies developed below that to support that outcome. So whilst it's not within this strategy, this high level document, that if you like, that evidence base and that commitment will be within the policies that are developed to support it.
But can I ask just for that to be clearly published somewhere? Because I've found through years of, before I became an MLA, I worked in the community and voluntary sector, and the devil is in the detail. And quite often, if it's not written down somewhere, people ignore it. So that's what I'm saying, that on top of this strategy, you're also just somewhere where it's written down that all of the executive agreed policies developed across the executive are being considered. So it's the T-Bucks, it's the rural proofing, it's all of those, plus obviously you'd be looking for the social strategies to be in other departments too. I'm just wondering, is there something there? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. I'll move on. I've got Mark, then Robin, then Alex. So Mark.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Beverly and Karen. It is a very ambitious strategy, all right. And Beverly there spoke about the importance of monitoring delivery of the strategy. That is extremely important. Obviously, the department do that, but we as a committee or as legislators need to be able to do that too, as does wider civic society. And I was just wondering, to that end, will this policy document be supplemented at any stage with targets, for example, on the number of houses built, the rates of relative and absolute poverty that we're aiming to see in 2025?
Absolutely, and look, what we're putting in place is, if you take our departmental business plan, will be how we will monitor delivery of the strategy. And what we will be doing is reporting to the board on a quarterly, our departmental board, and to Minister on a quarterly basis around progress against each of those outcomes. And we will be developing measures for reporting. And that's something also we'd be very happy, if Minister's content to provide regular reports to committee, either on a quarterly basis or on a biannual basis, around progress towards delivering on each of those outcomes.
Thank you, Beverly. And on page 26 of the strategy, that one of the objectives under anti-poverty is delivering a modern and progressive social security system for citizens. And you spoke there of the work of the expert panel, and I know that's just been they've just handed over their recommendations this week, was it? But do you know, has that encompassed work to identify what features the current system lacks that a modern and progressive social security system would incorporate?
Yes, I know that certainly in the anti-poverty expert panel has made some recommendations on our welfare system and the welfare support that's provided. Now they've handed those over to the co-design group verbally, and then their final report is due to be with Minister by the end of December. So they're finalising their report. But what they did at the session with the co-design panel was took on board views that the co-design panel had that they also thought the expert panel should be looking at. So they'll be taking those on board, finalising the report and getting that to Minister by the end of December. But yes, there were certainly recommendations within that around social security system and the operation of that.
Yeah, and we'll sort of staying on that subject, or certainly supporting people. The pandemic clearly and obviously, and you'll be well aware, has exacerbated the considerable backlog of PIP appeals. And I think that the most updated figure that the Minister provided was of nearly 6,000 appeals, with one dating back as far as January 2017. We also expect or know that the universal credit claim account set to rise in the coming months. So what action is the department proposing to take to deal with these increased pressures in the coming months and years even?
Well, look, in terms of the universal credit claimant rise, what we did at the outset of the pandemic was move staff from other non-business critical areas to support benefit delivery and ensure that we maintained a focus on benefit delivery. And then what we've done is look in the short to medium term and are recruiting additional staff and have recruited and are in the process of training additional staff to support benefit delivery and ensure that people get the benefits they need and the support they need as quickly as possible.
That's right. And how's that recruitment going at the moment? Is it early to say yet? Or?
No, it's going well. So we've started, I think, I'd be lying if I gave you the exact figure. I think it's about 150 to 250 people already started and going through training. And don't quote me in those figures. I can get you. I will come back and confirm the figures, the numbers we have recruited and going through training currently. But training programs are ongoing.
No, that's great that the department did respond quickly to do that, and I think I can genuinely say that I didn't get an awful lot of complaints over the past 9 months of madness about universal credit and things like that. So I think the staff that were brought in onto the front line there were obviously well trained and they've done a good job. But I think the PIP thing is going to be equally as big a challenge, and I don't know how we're going to get through that backlog in a fair and fast way.
And look, if you take in terms of health work capability and health assessments, we moved away from, obviously during COVID, from face-to-face assessments. But what we have offered and what we're continuing to roll out is the likes of telephony assessments, telephone assessments, virtual assessments, and I think that's something that will become a feature and we'll need to build on going forward. And I think, why shouldn't we? When you look at people's accessibility, if it's easier for somebody, if they have the technology to do an assessment virtually or by telephone, then we should continue to do that, and that's something we'll be focusing on, looking at how we continue to deliver that blended approach, if you like, to deliver services.
I suppose it's important that the comfort of the claimant is taken into regard when making those calls as well. Yeah. Okay, no, thanks, Beverly. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mark. I know Kelly wants to come in. I just wanted to mention that too. I mean, it has to suit the client, not the department, in whatever way. And I assume that's something that Kelly wanted to say also.
Well, I was actually going to say, let's not prejudge what Marie Kavanagh is going to come forward. I have to say that the telephone assessments have been less than satisfactory for people with mental health and learning disabilities. And the COVID has definitely shown up that failure to consider the needs of the claimant as opposed to just suiting what the department wants. If we're going to be client-centred and people-centred going forward, let's just not jump to technology, because it's not, I have to say, unlike Mark, I've had an awful lot of people, I suppose because of disability connections I have, not happy with that system. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And it's certainly not a one size fits all. That, you know, internet and non face to face, if you like, assessments may suit some, whilst for others face to face assessments are the preferred approach and the best approach, and we will continue to focus on that blended model, and absolutely will be taking on board the views and the recommendations that come forward from ongoing reports, including Mary Kavanagh's ongoing assessment.
Okay, thanks, Beverly. I think that was Mark finished. Mark, your hand's up. Do you want to come back in again?
Yeah, please, Chair. And it was just to clear something up. I think Kelly had picked me up wrong there a wee bit. I hadn't received many complaints on the universal credit end of things, but on the PIP assessments, we've had plenty. But believe me, and again, I hinted at it, and yourselves, Chair, and Kelly have elaborated on it there, the paramount importance of putting the needs of the client or claimant first.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. I've then got Robin and then Alex. So, Robin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank Beverly and Karen for being with us this morning. I'm going to take a similar approach to Mark in terms of this is described as a 5-year strategy. And I suppose my thinking of a strategy, it's a plan, or it's an action or a route to achieve your long-term goals. It was in the letter from Diane Mulligan to the committee clerk, it indicates that the Minister is committed to putting in place targeted and appropriate interventions and supports to alleviate the immediate and longer-term impacts. Community sectors, goes on about that. But indeed, unless you can tell me different, I see no basis on which the committee within this document can hold the Minister to account. Diane Mulligan also says in her letter that you, Beverly and Karen, will provide further information on the priorities and the target outcomes set within the strategy, and we'll be happy to answer questions. Now, if I go to page, I have to say it's our pages within your document, but if I go to, say, our page 45, where you deal with housing, or you make a comment about housing, and what we do is, it's headed up what we do. Ensure the availability of good quality and affordable housing, and that's an overall objective.
I just come in and say that's your page 12.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, and on our page 50 and your page 17, you talk about affordable homes provided and social homes new build, and you tell us the figures there. That's the current situation. We have no targets on which to look at. Our page again, page 62. Your outcome statement, which is your priorities. And then within each of those priorities, there's no way of actually measuring the strategy or the success of the strategy. And on the following page, page 63, your page 30, which is headed up, making it happen, it says, to achieve our goals, we will work to, but there are no goals established. So again, the committee can't hold the Minister or the Department to account. Now, maybe I'm going too far at this stage. I should have said at the outset, I do welcome this document. It's, at least I see, a first step since we've returned to see where the Department actually wants to go. But I think it is weak in all of those areas. I'm sure you're going to say, no, it's not, but, and explain why it's not. But I await your explanations.
Okay. It is our corporate strategy. It's a high-level plan which sets out the ambitions of the department and of our minister over a 5-year period. Then sitting below that will be our business plan, our departmental business plan, which will on an annual basis set out the objectives, for example, in respect of the number of social homes, the number of affordable homes that the department will commit to achieve and deliver within an annual period. So that detail will be set out within our departmental plan, and happy to bring that back to the committee and to report to committee on progress against that. And that will support, that business plan is the means by which we measure and monitor delivery of the high-level outcomes set out within our strategy. Karen, you maybe want to come in with something else?
No, I would agree entirely with what you've said. I think the strategy is that first step in terms of articulating the outcomes and the priorities that have been agreed with Minister for delivery over the next 5-year period. Building on that then is the detailed delivery plans, if you like, that sit underneath that have the detailed targets and the measures, by which we can report and monitor our success and that we're held accountable to. And it is important that the committee has visibility on that. And as Beverly says, we can bring the departmental business plan to the committee so that you can see that level of detail.
And when might the committee expect that level of detail then?
So we are in the process of developing those departmental business plans at the moment, and our aim is to have those to our departmental board early next year, so by January or at the very latest February, to have an 18-month departmental plan supporting delivery of the strategy. So happy to bring that back to the committee once that's been approved by Minister and Board.
Can I just ask again, when might the committee see that then?
That will be February, around February next year. So 2 months.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin, Alex?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Just in terms of the anti-poverty strategy, is COVID going to have an impact on your findings and what you see as being the most important issues as you develop this, do you think?
Well, COVID has certainly changed how we work as a department, and it is certainly focused us certainly through COVID. The focus has been on getting benefits and getting support to individuals and communities who need it. And we will continue to maintain that focus while while COVID is with us and while the impacts of COVID are with us. I think some of the impacts of COVID we can't predict. So, we can anticipate medium to long-term economic impact on the economy of Northern Ireland, but the depth of that impact we can't foresee. But what we will do is we will continue to respond as a department to those needs and continue to adapt. So yes, weighting of priorities, if you like, will change depending on the needs of individuals and communities that we serve.
And how do you prioritise what's the most important things for the strategy compared to other items? How are you going to be able to get that information together to try and ascertain what's going to be the priorities? If you know what I mean. Does that make sense?
What we did as a department in developing this strategy was look at what we currently do as a department, what our statutory responsibilities are, and the programmes we currently deliver. And we're satisfied that against those 4 themes, that our current corporate responsibilities and statutory responsibilities are reflected within those. So this, if you like, brings more of a focus. So as a department, we're a massive department. We work across 5 business groups. This is the first time since the department was formed that a concerted effort has been made and is being made to bring that work of the department together so that we add value and working more collaboratively across the department but also with others, with our arm's length bodies and with other government departments.
Okay, thank you. Just one quickie. Page 16, it says about there's 24 billion in social security benefits. Is that for the whole of Northern Ireland? Is that correct?
Yes, that sets out the funding that's been delivered since the department was established in 2016 across all of Northern Ireland, yes.
So that's for the last 4 years, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alex, and thank you, Beverly and Karen, and we look forward then to having you back here in February to explain to us in more detail. Sorry, Kelly wanted to come back on something.
I just wanted to clarify something. I know that, and I look forward to actually seeing the business plan in February, but in the spirit of co-production and co-design, how are we being involved as the committee in the considerations that you have? Is it going to be a presentation on, sort of fait accompli in February, or will the committee have the ability to influence, given some of the people that we talk to, and if we notice that there's something missing, will there be an opportunity for the committee to have part in co-design of that business case?
Well, the business plan sets out is really the operational plan for the department, and it will be approved by Minister, and sets out how, based on the budget allocation we have, how we will deliver each of the themes and priorities within the plan.
I'm just thinking about sort of the comments that we get on a every meeting that we have from the person that looks at the legislation, to say that we need to ask questions. Is the money being spent in the right way, and where is it going to? I thought that part of co-production and co-design was part of this community or this committee as well. That we would at least play a role. We don't just scrutinise. We're here to help as well.
Absolutely, in terms of our budget. So we will be coming to you regularly on our proposed budget allocation, which will set out the priorities, the programmes that we're proposing to allocate budget against, and how the level of budget that will be allocated against that. So, for example, finance colleagues will be with you, I think it's next Thursday, on our January monitoring round, but we will also be back with you on our 2021-2022 budget, which, all of our plans hinge on budget availability and what our budget allocation is.
Okay.
Sure, can I just...
Yes, Andy, come in.
Beverly, just a very quick one, and I appreciate you might not have the information to hand. On page 19, in relation to universal credit, it states 49,126 in advance payments approved. Is that solely advance payments, or does that include contingency fund as well? And if it doesn't, can you provide information in the comparative breakdown, please?
So, contingency fund, do you mean the likes of discretionary support fund? No.
The non-repayable grant in relation to universal credit?
Yeah.
I don't have that, so what I will do, we'll get that back to you. We'll get that information back to you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you. Members finished asking questions, I think. Okay, as I said, Beverly, Karen, look forward to having you back in February for some more of that detail as well. And thank you very much for briefing us today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, members, if you just take your ease for a few moments till we get ready for our next witness session.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Okay, members, agenda item 6 is a departmental briefing on labour market interventions. You'll find the papers for this item at page 75. And can I welcome to the meeting Deirdre Ward and Chris Smart. Deirdre, can I ask you then if you want to kick off with a brief? And here's Deirdre. No, she can't hear us. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, go ahead, Deirdre.
Okay, I'd like to thank the committee and the chair for the opportunity to brief you on our labour market interventions. And so, as the committee will be aware, COVID has had an unprecedented impact on the local economy and on the local labour market. We currently, very sadly, just have over 60,000 people unemployed, and we anticipate that that will rise to around 112,000 in April 21 after the COVID job retention scheme ends. There's also nearly as many people again in Northern Ireland claiming support from the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme as there are on furlough. And all of this before we felt any of the impacts from EU exit. The department's initial labour market responses to COVID-19 was to introduce schemes to support the biggest volumes of citizens affected. We anticipate impacts on two groups in particular that we needed to respond to urgently: young people and the work ready. That is, those who are ready to be re-employed but need help negotiating the process of finding work. Our first wave of new provision includes Job Start, which you asked us on the 22nd of October for further briefing on, and I'm happy to go into much more detail on that shortly. Expanded flexible support funding through the Advisor Discretionary Fund to allow work coaches to spend up to £1,500 per annum to address the barriers that people face when trying to gain employment. We're also looking to use this discretionary fund to pay upfront childcare costs to allow parents to get over the initial employment period before help from other sources kicks in. We're incentivising our work experience programme with participation payments for both employees and unemployed people, and add an expanded version of the scheme for young people with a longer duration, increased incentives for employers, and a guarantee of a job interview or an apprenticeship at the end of the programme. We're also introducing provision to help those who are work ready by providing training on core employability skills through the Work Ready Employment Services contract. This will supplement the capacity of our work coaches in local jobs and benefits offices to help people back to work. Job Start, our expanded work experience scheme, and our increase in flexible support funding are due to become available from the 14th of December 2020. Help with upfront childcare costs requires legislative change, and we anticipate bringing that forward in spring 2021. Training through the Work Ready Employability Services contract will be available following contract award on the 25th of January, and we expect referrals to start in February. The department will also be replacing its current disability employment programmes through a new in-work support model. So for work experience, an incentive of £10 per day per participant will be introduced. This is paid alongside existing travel and childcare expenses, and grant payments of up to £250 will be paid to employers after a participant has been on placement for 1 week. Opportunity Guarantee strand of work experience has been introduced to tackle youth unemployment for young people aged 18 to 24, and this builds upon the work experience programme with additional enhanced features. The duration of the placements is 13 weeks. An additional employer incentive of £250 will be paid when a participant completes a placement. Opportunities must be linked to the guarantee of either a job interview or an apprenticeship, and these opportunities can also link with the Job Start scheme. Expanded Advisor Discretionary Fund is to provide financial support through the form of a grant payment of up to £1,500, including VAT, in a 12-month period to eligible people to purchase essential goods or services. As part of the expansion to ADF, we plan to introduce the Upford Childcare Grants in spring, subject to the executive agreement and changes to the Universal Credit regulations. The policy intent is to help people get back into work by removing childcare costs as a barrier to employment. Work Ready Employability Services is contracted provision to provide additional capacity or expertise to supplement the in-house services in a responsive and agile manner when required. Delivery will either be online or face-to-face, depending on the participant's needs. It includes modules on CV development, interview skills, job search techniques, basic IT and digital skills and social media, and confidence building and personal development. So Job Start. Job Start will help young people 16 to 24 at risk of long-term unemployment get into the job market by providing government funding for employers to create 6-month opportunities with an extension for 9 months for those with disabilities. Employers of all sizes, including the voluntary and community sector, can participate in the scheme and will receive funding to offer new roles. Funding will cover 100% of the relevant national minimum wage for 25 hours of work per week, plus the associated national insurance and all other employer minimum automatic enrolment contributions. Employers can apply for the scheme through an online application process, which will launch on December the 14th. The eligibility criteria for the scheme has been extended to include opportunities for those with disabilities who are work ready, those in or leaving care, and those who are not in education, employment or training, and returning citizens. I'm happy to take all of your questions on any of the programmes and will provide any additional detailed briefing on any of the new provision as requested.
Okay, thank you, Deirdre, thank you for that. It really has been very much anticipated, this Job Start scheme, because we know that it has been in over mainland UK for some time. So, and I know there's been lots of questions asked by various members here of this committee. So we are quite eager to see it start, and that's good to get this briefing today. You had said then about it going live on the 14th of December, I think I picked you up there. Just what work have you been doing so far with employers? Because that's good that it's going live on the 14th of September, but I would like to think that there is a list of employers already lined up prior to it going live, because we know if that is not the case, then it could be then further, whatever, 4, 6, 8 weeks before we start to see the first people being put into placements. Then also, I know that have been told by the Minister on numerous occasions that the delay has been due to a more of a bespoke model for Northern Ireland and various interventions that had to be made. So secondly, I want to ask then, has there been an additional cost then to this because of these interventions, and and if there has, where has that money come from? And then I just want to, then the age limit, I know it's 16 to 24, and I know that has been the age limit, I believe, as well for other parts of the UK. Did you look at expanding that age limit to higher whenever you were looking at changing this in interventions, or could that not be done? Because we know that there are many people, that will be older than that. And also then on the Job Start, I'm glad that you clarified it was £1,500 per person to allow them to get back to work, because we know that, childcare for a month could cost you, almost £1,000 for some families in order to get back to work. And I assume that also then would apply if people needed to buy any specific tools or anything like that for the job that they wanted to do. And then I assume also then that the work ready has no upper age limit to it either. Just if you can clarify those few points.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have been engaging with employers directly and with employers' representative bodies. So we've been speaking to the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce, CBI, the Small Business Federation. We've talked through our colleagues in economy to sectoral groups. We have spoken through councils to some of their employers, and we've engaged with Invest NI's client execs to speak to their client companies. But yes, even within our own business, our strategic employer engagement team have been liaising very directly with larger employers, and then our employment liaison officers in the jobs and benefits offices have been speaking to local smaller employers on the ground to get people's interest ready for Job Start. And yes, we have very positive soundings from employers about keen interest to take young people on Job Start opportunities. While the scheme goes live on Monday, that's for employers to register then their interest immediately. But yes, employers are telling us there is interest in this scheme, and they are keen to offer opportunities to young people. So that's what the process is. In terms of an additional cost, raising the difference between Kickstart and Job Start is that we had decided to give 9 months of opportunities to those leaving care or care experienced, to those who are NEET, to those who are returning citizens, and to those with disabilities, for a number of reasons: to give those young people longer to establish themselves in the role and become fully productive, and also to show to the employer the great skills and capability that they have, and for the employer to have longer with the young person to see what they're able to deliver for them. The way Kickstart runs in the UK, they have used aggregator organisations to group 30 opportunities at a time, and DWP are paying those aggregator organisations to gather up job start, kickstart opportunities. We're doing that directly with ourselves, with councils, with Invest, with our colleagues in economy, and talking directly to employers. So we have saved the costs that would have been used for those aggregate payments to add into the scheme. So overall, no, we haven't increased the cost of the scheme. We have removed that aggregation piece because we would like to see more young people have opportunities than perhaps paying aggregator third organisations to gather and batch opportunities into groups of 30. You asked about 16 to 24 and did we consider higher age groups? I think I said at the start of the briefing that this is our first wave of provisions that we are looking at, because very sadly 17% of the people who have come onto universal credit since March are 24 or under. And so we were looking at the bigger segments that have been impacted first, but that does not mean that we will not be looking at potentially further provision for different segments of customers who need our help. It may well be that when we have a deeper understanding of those who are on universal credit, and we're doing further analytics right now as we speak, that we would need further interventions, perhaps for things like 50 plus. Potentially, you might have schemes that need to target women, being as they have been disproportionately impacted coming out of retail, for example. So this is our first set of responses to the labour market challenge, not our last set of responses and not the complete set of responses. As we learn and we go through, we will adapt and be agile in terms of what other groups of our customers need our help to move back towards work. You did ask about the childcare, and yes, we modelled it at about £700 per child, and which is why we set the limit at 1,500. And yes, you're quite right. ADF can be used. We would like to see it used as flexibly and as innovatively as we can in agreement with the work coach. And absolutely, it would cover tools, it might cover PPE, it could cover training. It may even be used to defrost a micro business to get that back and running again. So we would like to see it used as flexibly and innovatively as we can to remove barriers to work for people. And that's our ultimate goal with it, which is why we felt we needed to up the limit from £300 over 12 months to 1,500 so that we can have better impact for people in removing those barriers. I think I've answered all the questions there, but if I've forgotten something, please remind me.
I think you answered them all too, because I have forgotten all the questions that I asked you anyway. So no, and I'm really glad to see that you mentioned there about women as well, because we know certainly, especially within the hospitality sector and retail, women and young people were most definitely disproportionately affected through COVID. So it would be interesting to see if there's anything that the department can look at. Just I suppose on that as well, because I know I've also spoken to my colleague in the Department of Economy about this. Has there been a close working relationship then with the Department of Economy about joining up with anything that they're doing around their apprenticeships or anything else? Have you had those conversations?
Yeah, we continue to work really collaboratively and really well and closely with the Department of Economy. We don't see these provisions as standalone. We see this as part of a portfolio of offer that might be given to someone. So, for example, if a young person tries Job Start and enjoys it very much, and the employer is happy, we could see an instance where they come off Job Start and move into an apprenticeship. We can see a pathway where somebody might come off PSF or ESF and move into Job Start. So we don't want to see cliff edges for young people at the end of these various provisions. And to that end, the youth work coaches will work very closely with the young person and keep in contact with them to be understanding what the next steps for them are as they're moving forward. So it may well be that apprenticeship is next, or it could be that someone has finished an apprenticeship and comes on to Job Start. It'll have to be what the package of portfolio is that works for the person and also works for the employer. But absolutely, all these pathways have to link together. What we'd like to avoid is that somebody comes to the end of some of those pieces and there's no next step planned for them, with them, in discussion with them about what's right next.
I know, and that is good to know. And I suppose only time will tell with this. It'll be this time next year when we're looking at it to see how many people have gone on to full-time employment or apprenticeships through this, because I know, we all know over the last, 20, 30 years, in fact, more, we've had some truly wonderful programs in place, and we've had some that weren't quite so good as well. So it is good that the long term is being looked at rather than just figures and getting so many people pushed through a job programme with no prospect at the end of that programme, because that's the last thing. We don't want to give people hope, we need to take it away from them. So yeah, I suppose this is just a wait and see. As I say, this time next year we'll probably have more, be able to give us more detail on that. Look, thank you. I'm going to open it up to members. I have Kelly and I think Andy then as well. Kelly? And then Mark.
Thank you very much. I just want to tease out a little bit more about this advisor discretion fund, the 1,500. Always get a bit panicky and sweaty whenever I hear discretion involved. Can you just confirm the criteria that will be used? And the reason why I'm a bit concerned about it is, as we know, Job Start will bring opportunities into play for people with disabilities. Is this 1,500 to replace access to work funding, or is this separate to it?
Oh no, absolutely. In addition, the 1,500 is in addition. Access to work absolutely will be available for young people entering, well, for anyone with a disability entering any of our provision, but specifically for Job Start, that is plus access to work. Okay. For work experience and youth opportunity guarantee, plus access to work. Okay. And ADF is for all age groups, anyone on benefits, and that is completely separate from access to work.
So ADF, you're just saying there, it's not just for the Job Start, it's for anyone trying to get into work.
It's to remove barriers for work for anyone who's on benefits moving towards the workplace.
Okay. Can I just check, it is a grant. Is that a grant based on a reimbursement of receipts? Or how does that work? And the reason why I'm asking that is, of course, I want money to get out to people as soon as possible, but what's to prevent criminal gangs encouraging people to apply for this, and then the money gets poured into not to actually help the barriers, but actually just goes into those people who put pressure on vulnerable people in our community? Well,
the discretionary element of it is with the job coach. So in discussion with the job coach, the person who has identified with their job coach a particular barrier to work may well say, I know I could move into work if I did this training course, which costs X pounds, and then yes, we would release that money for that. For tools, we work on receipts and on those bases. So the key piece is it's at the agreement with the person who is asking for the ADF, alongside the job coach, having it as a tool that they can help remove barriers for work.
So just to check, perhaps it is receipt based, so it's retrospective?
It is retrospective, yes.
Okay. I'm just wanting to check, are there other caveats that tie into wider executive objectives? For instance, if we're looking towards greening the economy, if someone turns around and said that they're looking at £1,500 because they live in a rural area and they need a car to be able to get to work, to maybe tie that into public transport or use of alternative transport, for instance, to access work?
That's novel. We have considered using ADF for travel to work if someone is saying that is their barrier. But I hadn't gone as far, nor do I think policy colleagues had gone as far as thinking that would purchase a car for someone. While we said we will be innovative, it could be that what we would do in that instance is consider, is there is there public transport that might work for the person, and take that forward. But I think with something as specific as that, we'd have to think that through on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. I would encourage you to look very closely at that, because this is one of the barriers. I worked for years providing solutions for people on this. In rural areas, that's not an unusual thing of getting access even to public transport. So I would be encouraging you to consider enabling not just public transport provided by TransLink, but connections through community transport or local taxi firms to enable people to link into public transport. Can I just check as well, it has been mentioned by the Chair about the number of employers that will be coming onto this scheme. Sounds like a way to get, a fairly cheap, labour force joining your company for 13 weeks. But I'm worried about the geographical spread. COVID has had a massive impact, as we know, on employers across Northern Ireland. But if Job Start is going to only be concentrated on city areas and urban areas, what's going to happen with rural? How are you going to manage the geographical spread of those employers? I know the department's doing this directly. I'm glad to see that the middle tier has been cut out on the costs on that. But how are you going to ensure we're still in COVID? So I appreciate that officers won't be able to go out and meet with a lot of employers, but how are we going to ensure that there's a fair geographical spread across Northern Ireland, and that those employers are people who will add value to the future of Northern Ireland, and especially with innovative companies that are coming up looking at future markets?
Okay, so in terms of the geographical spread, we're working with the employers' representative bodies right across, but we're also working with, Small Business Federation. We're working with InvestNI. We're working with the sectoral groups, and very specifically, we're working with the local councils who have direct relationships with employers in their areas. So just very recently, we've agreed that we'll do a webinar to employers in the Mid-Ulster area alongside the council asking us to come and do that. So we're very keen to make sure that it's not an urban concentration. It has to be opportunities for young people in as broad a level of jobs as we can make it, in as many sectors as we can offer opportunities, and where those young people live if we possibly can. So yes, we'll do our best, and I think in working very closely with the councils on that, we can help move forward in terms of the geographical spread. But actually, I'll take an action that we build in how we monitor and manage that, so that we can watch for any signs that there's less opportunities in particular geographies, so that we could address that early and move forward to do further work with employers in that area to give opportunities.
Brilliant.
In terms of giving good opportunities for young people, we want this to be a quality experience for the young people who go on the scheme. The clue for us is in the title. This is a start in a job. This may well be your first experience of the world of work, and we want that to be a very, very good and decent experience for you, enhancing your employability skills, allowing you to move forward into future opportunities, or in fact staying with that employer. To do that, the youth work coaches who we are having in every jobs and benefits office will stay engaged with the young person. So if the young person is reporting actually not getting a great experience there needs to be a triangulation between ourselves who are managing the scheme and the youth work coaches to ensure that we're staying engaged, so that we make that experience as good as we can. Also, we're looking at roles, and we'd like to see a sort of training plan for young people given to us from the employer to say, what is it that you hope this young person will achieve and learn in the 6 months that you're there with you. So it's not just they go in and it's sort of a black box and no one engages with them again. We would have our youth work coaches stay close both to the young person and to the employer, but we will be using the sort of training plan that we'd see employers develop with us to ensure that this is a good and robust role that covers as many opportunities to enhance employability as possible for the young person. But perhaps, Chris, you might want to come in on that one.
Yes, Darren, I think you're right. We've worked hard to ensure that the scheme is robust, that it ensures that the employer, when they put an application into the Job Start scheme, it is a really good job opportunity for the young person to grasp. And we've worked hard behind the scenes talking to employers that these must be new posts, they must be meaningful posts, and it must be a meaningful opportunity. And the scheme itself is set about to ensure that the young person will get support throughout that period on Job Start and will get extra skills, extra training, will actually get support. And we're actually paying, there's a startup cost fee for the employer as well, up to about £1,500, to help the employer to ensure that the young person does get the right opportunity and right skills, coaching, mentoring, and indeed some potential training. So it could be like a CSR card, so it's passportable into future employment opportunities. So we're confident that the Job Start scheme will be robust. It will be really a true and good opportunity for the young person and also for the employer, because we're trying to ensure that the employer will make this opportunity potentially into a permanent opportunity for the young person. So the young person will get a really true and good opportunity, and we'll ensure there'll be no exploitation of both the young person or indeed the scheme.
That we know that within communities there are massive opportunities coming forward, in particular with the construction industry, with the number of homes being built. I'm assuming that an employer can be a self-employed person, can take on that young person through Job Start?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because the wealth of opportunities, as we know, there is unfortunately a lack of skills within the building trade because we don't have enough young people coming through, so I'm glad to hear that opportunity. The other thing I just wanted to ask you about is the job coaches. Obviously this scheme is different to the one in England because, or across in GB, because it allows people with disabilities to join the job market. I'm just thinking about in-work support. Who provides that? Is it going to be some of, not necessarily our job coaches, is it going to be some of those other support organisations who, through Supporting People, for instance, have provided that very bespoke and particular support, or is it the job coaches?
No, well, it would be a mixture of that. So job coaches, yes, but also Access to Work allows for a support worker to assist someone as they're moving through an opportunity. So it's not just about providing assistive technologies to somebody. It also allows in that scheme to provide a support worker. So those support where Access to Work is delivered by the various disability organisations. So yes, it is specialist.
So that might be a bit of a change actually, because up until now, if you've had supported employment, you will have normally a third sector organisation will handhold that person, and take them through, and it's not necessarily a one-to-one support person that would be with that person every day. But I'm just wondering then, can Access Support then purchase time from a third sector organisation to provide access to their workability type programs or something like that, that there's a very specific level of support provided. In the past, I would have been an employer that used workability through disability action, and I knew on a daily basis, as well as me being an employer, that the person had access to a work coach who could talk through difficulties they may be having, that came in a few days a week to help them through that. And it was a huge relief to me to have that level of activity. Is that now, rather than the organisation providing that, is that going to be up to the person with the disability through Access to Work to buy that?
No, it's Access to Work provides. We wouldn't place that additional burden on the young person with disabilities to try and source their own support. That's done through Access to Work. And yes, what you're describing is the Workable programme there as well. And yes, we're looking to see, can Workable also be used to support young people moving into Job Start? So we'll consider all of those options. We do want. Our slight fear is that in a very difficult labour market, those who have more challenges in accessing the labour market are at risk potentially of falling behind. And our policy intent is no one left behind. And so that is why we've extended the scheme and the provision and trying to provide that sort of wraparound support for those with disabilities. But I do need to make the point, these are work-ready young people with disabilities. So it's not necessarily a scheme that would be right for those with really, really complex needs who are going to be going on a perhaps quite a long journey towards accessing the labour market.
Okay, no, that's great. I'm delighted to hear that this is the first of many because I am very concerned about those people my age and older who are coming out of jobs after furlough, the over 50s. So I'm delighted to hear that. But my final question then is the timescales for this. So we have Monday, the 14th of December. The opportunities are opening there for employers who want to take part to register or pre-register. How long is this going to go on for? Because I'm very aware that we will have a cohort of 16-year-olds leaving school in May-June time. Will they still be able to access this, or what's the time frame? Is this a continuous programme?
Well, we built the modelling and the business case aligned with what the kickstart timing was, which is that it runs to December 2021. But at that point, young people could still be entering the scheme in December 2021 for their 6 months or 9 months, depending on their background and where they're entering the scheme from. So from even next December, there could be another 6 months or 9 months of young people availing of job start opportunities.
Just clarify for me, you mentioned 6 months there. I thought the placement was 13 weeks, not 26.
No, that's for work experience.
Oh,
that's for work experience. For job start, it's 6 months, and then 9 months for those with disabilities, those who are returning citizens, or those who are care leavers or care experienced, and in fact those who have been in contact with the justice system.
Oh no, thank you very much. Sorry I asked so many questions. It's just I've been waiting so long for this scheme. It's great to get it started. Yep.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Just to pick up on one point that Kelly had made, ADF, you'd mentioned it's going to be receipt-based. Is there flexibility to that with appropriate checks and balances?
Yeah, there will be flexibility. All these schemes that we're standing up and all of this provision is agile. We want to learn as we go. I suppose, taking Chair's point from earlier, sometimes schemes in the past may have been more rigid than perhaps we would have liked them to have been over the numbers of years that the department has been involved in this work. So we would like our schemes to be agile, and we'd be keeping in close contact with our customers who are using the provisions. And if we're finding that there's issues or problems with that, then we will take a good hard look at what can we do to make that better, having better outcomes for people. So that applies to all the provisions. We're going to keep talking to young people going into Job Start. We'll talk to the employers as we go, and we'll try and evolve and develop the schemes to make them as impactful as we can, having the outcomes for people as they move forward.
Thanks very much. Just on the Job Start, you'd mentioned the longevity of the programme will be primarily December 2021. Does that factor in the delays in our Job Start coming online?
Well, to be fair, while DWP soft launched in sort of September time, they've only had the first young people going through the scheme in the last number of weeks. And so we're not very far back from where DWP's Kickstart scheme is. But this would need to be in line with what is happening in the labour market and in economic recovery. So Job Start is intended to give young people that start in a job, but if we will keep it under very close review and monitoring, as we will also look at our labour market information as we move forward, and we'll take advice and interventions further if that's what the labour market is telling us might be required.
Okay. And do you have information on the Barnett consequential received as a result of Kickstart, and then what our budget for Job Start is and how they compare?
Very good.
Yes, so our scheme for Job Start is matched to what the Barnett consequential was from the Kickstart scheme. So no, we haven't. The difference in how we're making that spend available is not using those aggregator organisations in order to offer some young people longer opportunities who may have further barriers to work, but also to put more young people through the scheme and have more opportunities available. But yes, we're using the Barnett consequential as it came across from the UK.
And what was the amount of that?
I just can't quite remember the number. Chris,
what we're saying is for this current period up to March 21 is of just short of £1 million, and then for next year, so 21 into 22, it's roughly £18 million, £17.76 million, tapering off to the tail of the programme into 22 of around about £500,000.
And that's the full Barnett consequential?
That's what we've asked for. That's in our outlined business case, which was approved by DOF Supply. It's subject to funding allocations coming through from DOF.
Okay, and what sort of numbers are we talking about being able to partake in the Job Start scheme? You know, what is the ceiling with that budget?
Yeah. Well, it's just over 3,000 in terms of numbers of young people anticipated to go through the scheme at this stage, and that is based on our modelling of how many of the age group are on universal credit or other benefits, and the likely participation.
Okay, and is it one opportunity? So let's say a young person gets involved in the scheme and perhaps there's issues. Can they transition to another employer, or is it just one opportunity solely?
Well, that'll be a discussion that the job coach and the young person have. But if there's a mismatch, we would attempt to have our job coaches match young people to appropriate opportunities that match their skills, but also match their interests, match their maybe match their geography. But if for some reason that doesn't work out, then we would consider that on a case-by-case basis. For a young person who's attempting to uplift their employability skills, and for some reason it's a wrong setting, then we would need to consider that. We wouldn't want to see that young person not have the opportunity, but we wouldn't say necessarily we're expecting serial sort of Job Start revolt, because the end goal is that young person has enhanced their employability skills and either moves into work with that employer or has a next step, as we've said, an apprenticeship or other provisions to move forward to the labour market.
And just finally, you had mentioned the flexibility. So Job Start's going to be actively under review come December 21. Even if we don't have Barnett consequentials, there is the option to potentially move to the right if it's required.
But that would be a decision, that would be subject to budget allocation and subject to the agreement of the Minister and the Executive. But we have to keep it closely monitored as we move forward and we see how the Northern Ireland economy may respond post-COVID.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Andy, Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Deirdre. Deirdre, your briefing opened with a reference to the stark projection of 112,000 people potentially unemployed by April, and that was without even taking Brexit and the account. So, I mean, that could be revised upwards, or, you know, with news now of a vaccine on, and that maybe I'm being overly optimistic to think it could be revised downwards. My concern would be, though, that given the inevitable increase in unemployment, and we might revise what size of an increase that would be, but that while this scheme is brilliant and welcome in terms of creating opportunities for young people to get into the world of work, that it might also create opportunities for maybe some unscrupulous employers to look at it open and now and see this. Well, Kelly says, people may be seeing this as a chance to get cheap labour or whatever, but this could be seen by some as a chance to ditch more or older, more experienced and more expensive workers who are currently on furlough and replace them with a much younger and much cheaper option. Are there any safeguards or anything that can be done to monitor that?
Yeah, absolutely. We are absolutely bound and determined that that is not the case. Jobstart is not to have displacement of experienced workers or workers of a different age group, or in fact, workers on furlough or reducing somebody else's hours. Absolutely not. So in the registration process for employers, there's quite a number of checks and balances within that, where we will be asking questions of employers about, have they made people redundant? Are there people on furlough? There's quite a number of checks and balances built into the registration process to try to ensure that that is not the case. And also, we will be keeping in contact with the employer and the young person as they go through. So if we find that sort of evidence becoming apparent to us, then we'll take steps and actions around that. This is not for the exploitation of either young people or by employers. Absolutely not. We're going to do our very best to ensure no displacement occurs.
Yeah, and in terms of that projection of 112,000 unemployed, I don't know, does the department have any breakdown of that? Do you know, or estimated breakdown in terms of age, gender, and constituency?
Yeah, the department continues to do very advanced analytics to try and understand and model what will happen in the future. But as you'll be aware, what the information that we collect, for example, is allowing us to pay benefits. So, for example, we don't collect information on skills. So, so sometimes the information that we have, which allows us to pay the benefits, isn't necessarily everything we would want to know in order to help us understand what interventions might be needed. Our analytical colleagues are brilliant at trying to draw insights out from us from all of the information sources that are available. But benefits information is collected with a specific purpose in mind. So it doesn't just quite cover everything that we might want to have. I can certainly ask that question for you around what might be made available to the committee to understand what that prediction of 112,000 is made up of.
No, I'd appreciate that dearly, even if you could come back to us in writing on that.
Yeah.
And while the scheme has been amended or adjusted here to allow the participation of the community and voluntary sector, I'm going to ask, don't take this the wrong way, will MLAs be able to participate as employers? I know now previously, and it's a few years since I have, but I had people in through a variety of schemes, over a number of years, and have to say all of them have moved on to much bigger and better things. Just the nature of the work that our constituency offices would do. It's so varied and broad. And, it's been a great experience for the person themselves, but also gives them a flavour of so many different things and areas that it helps them decide where they might want to focus in the future.
I mean, we considered should we narrow the scope to particular sectors where we imagined the most opportunities would be, but actually there has to be choice for young people in the opportunities offered. It has to match what they're interested in and what they want to do, which is why in a small business-led economy, we also wanted to make sure that small businesses in Northern Ireland, which make up a very big proportion of our economy, have the opportunity to take on, say, a single young person and give that experience and that opportunity. So I don't see a reason why any employer couldn't avail of an opportunity subject to them registering and going through the registration process with us.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if there was a way of us refusing the employer support aspect of it or the incentive.
There are some of the bigger employers who are doing that. So, for example, one of the big supermarket chains in the UK has said that while they will offer kickstart opportunities, they do not intend to take the subsidy. So, we will be having those conversations as we engage with employers and as we move forward. So we will have that. We will have those discussions with employers. The subsidy is there. We've modelled the work. But if an employer can take young people on and give them an opportunity and doesn't necessarily require the subsidy as part of their corporate and social responsibility or social clauses, then yeah, we'll consider that on a case-by-case basis, yeah.
Brilliant. And then finally, the proposal to expand the advisor discretion fund to incorporate the upfront childcare grants is brilliant news. It's very welcome, particularly for women. But of course, then you sort of are postponing the problem, or I'm not accusing you of doing it, because once the grant runs out, and childcare costs can mean that people are basically paying to work. And I know this should be an area of focus for the wider executive, but have you been doing any work or hearing anything from the Department of Economy about a wider childcare strategy going forward?
Well, I know there is work taking place in other areas, in other departments, but I'm not cited on the detail of that. We have been listening to parents telling us that they would like to move back into work, but that those upfront costs are proven, a complete barrier to them. Yeah. So our focus was, could we see if we could remove that barrier to help the person move into work? But yes, you're right. Ongoing work does need to be considered across the executive to see what can be done in terms of reducing the burden to allow people to be retained in the workplace moving forward. But no, I'm not cited on the detail of any of those pieces that are moving forward.
Okay, super, Daly. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. No one else has indicated that they want to come in and ask anything further, so I'll just say then thank you, Denise and Chris, for your briefing today, and no doubt as this progresses we'll have you back in again to let us know how it's going. Okay, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, members, can we then move along then to agenda item number 7, which is a briefing by the National Museums Northern Ireland. You'll find a copy of their briefing paper at page 81 of your meeting packs. And can I offer a welcome to the meeting to Kathryn Thomson, who is the Chief Executive, and William Blair, the Director of Collections. So I think, Kathryn, if I can ask you to begin with your brief.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Can indeed, Kathryn, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to maybe use just a few slides to go through. So I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully this will work all right.
Okay.
Okay, is that okay then?
Yep, we can see it, yes.
Brilliant, thanks. Well, firstly, I'd just like to say on behalf of William and I, thank you so much for the opportunity to meet with you today and to share with you the work that we're doing at National Museums Northern Ireland and the impact of that work. And maybe I joined the organisation almost 5 years ago, and I came from 10 years working within the tourism sector. And one of the observations I would make about museums is that they do suffer from the misperception that we exist purely as visitor attractions for a good day out. At our best, we will maximise not only the economic benefit that we can deliver, but more importantly, the social impact across all of society within Northern Ireland. So 4 years ago, we really challenged ourselves as an organisation to be clearer on the role and purpose that we play in society, and to ensure that as an organisation, we are fit for purpose to deliver on it, and that we focus our resources and we prioritise our resources in that way. Our passion is very much to build a relevant and sustainable National Museum service for the people of this place. And I shared with you a very short briefing in advance which you should have got in your packs, which maybe talks to what that transformation has looked like for us as an organisation over the last number of years. But probably the most significant part of that journey for us has been about being absolutely clear on our core purpose as an organisation. And we define that as here for good. Here for us is about being present, it's about being visible, and it's about being in and of this place. And for good reflects the fact that the nature of our work is long term, but also that we deliver positive outcomes. And we've done a lot of work to try and be clear on what those outcomes are, which we have captured in the wheel that you'll see there on the right-hand side. For us, good looks like economic outcomes that include boosting the local economy where our museums are located, supporting skills and innovation. From a social outcome perspective, it's about improving health and well-being. It's about learning and lifelong learning opportunities and participation in museum activities. And from an environmental outcomes perspective, it's about being able to promote sustainable lifestyles and contributing to climate change mitigation and biodiversity. And particularly within a Northern Ireland context and reflecting the New Decade, New Approach deal at the beginning of this year, we do have a critical role around promoting good relations and ensuring that people understand the multiple perspectives of history, identity and culture here in Northern Ireland. In 2018-19, we commissioned an independent research study to measure the economic and social impact of our museum service, and it demonstrated that for every £1 invested in National Museums NI, we generate £6 in economic and social wellbeing. From an economic perspective, that's measured in terms of us being part of the visitor economy, employer, and part of the supply chain. And from a social perspective, that's measured in a whole range of different ways, including wellbeing, skills development, and good relations. Central to our corporate strategy as an organisation, we have 4 overarching commitments. The first of those is to champion inclusion, diversity and accessibility. And for that for us is about our audience being more representative of the population of Northern Ireland. We want to make sure that museums truly are for everyone. Our second commitment is about creating more ways for people to get involved. Museums are so much more than a good day out, and we want to extend the range of experiences and learning opportunities for people with museums, and that could be through our membership programmes or through volunteering. The third commitment for us is about extending the reach and impact of our collections, particularly to deepen understanding of key issues in today's society, issues such as environmental change, legacy of conflict and decolonisation. And our final commitment around building the museum infrastructure of the future, it recognises the fact that there's been no significant investment for over 20 years in major infrastructure improvements within the museums. And we want to build, particularly to improve the functionality of our infrastructure that will better support our other 3 commitments. So within that context, we have a new master plan for the Ulster Museum, and we have a really exciting project plan for the Ulster Folk Museum. Earlier this year, following a competitive process, we were successful in being invited by the National Lottery Heritage Fund to submit an application to secure £12.5 million worth of funding towards that project. Only 12 projects have been invited out of an initial expression of interest by 150 projects, and we're the only project from Northern Ireland left, and we're working to submit that application early next year. Last year's been really challenging for everybody, and particularly within the context of museums, we've had to adapt and flex to make sure that we continue to deliver on these 4 commitments. And I just want to give you a flavour of some of the work that we've been doing this year and what 2020 has looked like for us at the museums through a few examples. The first project I'm going to talk to you about, I would like to share with you, is our Reimagine, Remake, Replay. This is a 4-year programme that we've been delivering in partnership with the Nerve Centre, with Northern Ireland Screen and with the Northern Ireland Museums Council. This programme is designed to engage 16 to 24-year-olds, and it encourages them to explore museum collections and to change their attitude to heritage through using creative media and digital technologies. It had been running for a couple of years before 2020, and pre-lockdown, the highlight, I think, for this programme was the museum late that they delivered at the Ulster Museum. We handed the museum over to them, and the participants in the programme led the design and programmed the event. And I think we're delighted that we attracted almost 1,000 visitors to the museum that evening from all different ages. During lockdown, this programme has really taken on a life of its own, and they've had a whole range of different virtual events, from a 3-day mental health festival to a digital illustration programme, a 6-week creative writing course, and a design and embroidery course. The participants in the programme have spoken a lot about how engaging with this programme during 2020 has given them a sense of purpose and a community to be part of. And I think that's particularly relevant given the spotlight there's been on loneliness again this week. And along with our partners, we're extremely proud that this programme won the Best Museum Change Lives Project Award at the Museums Association conference last month. The second project I wanted to share with you is one that we launched when we reopened our museums in August this year, and we launched our Access for All initiative. This reflects the fact that we want the everyday experience of visiting any one of our museums to be accessible for everyone, and particularly for people with a disability or learning difficulty. For us, we need to understand their challenges, make the necessary adjustments, and be prepared to welcome everybody every day. We're working with 6 partners in this pilot, and we're working with them and their clients to design those accessible experiences. One of our partners is the Now Group, and they also run the catering franchise for us in our museums. And we're thrilled that with support from the Fermanagh Noma District Council, they actually run their training academy for the West out of the Ulster American Folk Park. The next 2 projects are projects that we have been supported by our allocation from the COVID-19 Culture, Language, Arts and Heritage programme. The first of those is Museums on the Move. In a normal year, we would support around 50,000 schools visits, but very sadly, we haven't been able to welcome any schools in this year. So we've adapted and we've taken our primary schools programme online. Our team have delivered lessons live into the classroom, and that's supported by loan boxes that we send out in advance. We're currently in the pilot phase. We're working with 8 different primary schools in Northern Ireland. We have 8 different lessons, ranging from art, history, folklife, nature and emigration. So far, we've delivered 52 sessions, and we've had 1,500 engagement with kids. And we are rolling this programme out more widely from the beginning of January. And we're hugely excited because this has the potential to reach every classroom in every primary school in Northern Ireland. And particularly for us, it helps overcome some of the barriers to schools visiting our museums. Because of the support through this programme, we're going to deliver this free of charge to all schools this year, because we usually have to charge for our education programme. And this will really help us extend our access and our reach, particularly into areas of deprivation, where the barrier is not just the cost of the programme, but also the cost of the bus to get to the museum. The feedback from teachers has been really encouraging. This programme is helping to overcome perceptions that children have that museums are places where you don't touch and you're quiet and you be quiet. But also it's stimulating a really wide range of creative responses that teachers weren't expecting. So we definitely want to maintain this as part of our programme when we move forward, as a bridge to a museum visit, to build confidence in children and to allow us to have more frequent engagement in a lighter touch way. The second project we've had funded through the COVID is our Plot to Plate project, which really focuses on volunteering opportunities within the museum. We have a lot of green spaces, we've got a rich ecology on our sites, and we have protected diversity that we have to be responsible for. Long term, the outcomes of this programme will be about us being able to better tell the story of our food heritage, to enhance the catering offer we have on site, but also to get a lot more people involved in the work of museums through volunteering and participation. So we're just going to be kicking off the pilot phase, and we are partnering with the conservation volunteers, and we are going to be running some of their green gym tasters to prepare 3 of the cottage gardens at exhibit buildings at the Ulster Folk Museum for planting in the spring. This pilot is going to help us to build a core volunteer program, core volunteer team for this project, but also to help us to prepare how we will extend this more widely to our other sites and align it with our Access for All initiative. Finally, during the last year, we've taken a lot of our content online and delivered exhibitions and events digitally. On the left there is the Culture Lab exhibition. It's part of our Making the Future programme, which is a huge partnership programme that we have with the Nerve Centre, with Prony and Libraries Prony and the Linden Hall Library. And it's funded through the Peace programme, and it is about looking at the culture and identity within Northern Ireland. Our Culture Lab exhibition at the Ulster Museum is called Don't Believe the Stereotype, and it has the Differences Blackboard from Dairy Girls programme on TV as its kind of core object. And it has quite a provocative but playful approach to challenging people's ideas of stereotype. Since we've taken that online, we've been able to, it's had over 40,000 engagements, and we've been able to track it to different addresses around the world, actually. I think the expat community in particular has been hugely interested in that exhibition. Another exhibition which has been very important for us this year is the Florence Nightingale exhibition that we did in partnership with the Florence Nightingale Foundation, the Department for Health and the Royal College of Nursing. And it was to celebrate 200 years since her birth, and particularly poignant given the year that we are in. Unfortunately, that was planned to open the day that the Ulster Museum closed in March, but we have been able to take the entire contents of it online, and that exhibition can be enjoyed virtually by audiences. A couple of weeks ago, we launched our second podcast, which is Fine Print. And then on the right-hand side there is a new collaboration that actually launches today called Under a Christmas Sky, which we've developed in partnership with Snowwater and the Arts Council. It supports local artists and allows them to interpret heritage in new ways. It's all been filmed at the Ulster Folk Museum, and every day now until Christmas, a different performance will be released. That's just a very few examples of some of the work we have done. We did share with you in advance our annual review from 2019-20, which speaks, I suppose, more widely to the breadth and depth of what we do. We'd very much like to extend an invitation to the committee to experience one of our digital programmes this year. If you'd be more than welcome either to observe Museum on the Move or speak to our Reimagine, Remake, Replay participants. We do evaluate and measure the impact of all of our programmes, but for me, I think what is always most significant is the testimonials that we get from participants and how they talk about the way that engaging with museums surprised them, but also completely transformed their lives. And we have we have a very short video from our Reimagine, Remake, Replay participants, which hopefully you'll be able to hear, where they talk about what participating in this programme has meant to them.
Since lockdown started, Reimagine, Remake, Replay has taken on such a new importance for me. The lockdown can be really tough on mental health, and you can feel so isolated, but just to know at least once a week I can meet up with local, like-minded, creative young people and talk about culture and heritage, art and technology. I just think it's really important.
In lockdown, for our team and other participants, I took part in the drawing challenge for Museum Week, wrote a blog post, and was involved in the illustration talks with Jackie Sheridan about the mural in the Tech Lab. So I look forward to seeing it when we all get back.
The weekly drawing challenge has been really good for retaining sort of routine, as well as just having an absolute laugh at some of the really bizarre interpretations of different pieces from the museum's collection. It's definitely a good way to kickstart the weekend.
I've been more than in lockdown, thanks to RRI. And it's given me this creative community that even when I'm really isolated, I can tap into and feel spurred and supported. And I just think that's really special. So,
Can you imagine Remake Replay project has allowed me to continue to be creative and to learn more about museums and heritage in interactive and engaging ways. I'm the type of person who really needs to be active and creative. So the RRR project has really helped and inspired me, but also learning new skills and meeting new people from different areas.
Our hours can be great. It's created a community for participants like me to feel like we can talk to each other and our voices be heard. It's also given my independent business a chance to earn some money by doing a week-long illustration project.
It has meant maintaining a community, having structure in a timeless time, having a reason to be creative and an outlet to share it in, an opportunity to continue learning even in lockdown.
So just in closing, as a public service, our business model is very unique because we generate 25% of our own income, which amounts to around £3.5 million a year. So COVID-19 has had a really profound impact on us. We lost that overnight. And in a sense, it's actually accelerated our transformation as an organisation, particularly in terms of ensuring that long-term we are more resilient and sustainable as an organisation. When we started out on our journey 4 years ago, our driver was very much from the perspective of we continue to do what we'd always done in the way we'd always done it, our future was very much at risk. And for us, that driver is even more relevant given the year that we've just been through. As an organisation, we are thinking differently, we are talking differently, and we are acting differently to ensure that we remain relevant and deliver greater public benefit and ultimately are long-term sustainable as an organisation. Thanks very much. I'm happy to, William and I are happy to take any questions or have a conversation with you about any of the work that we're doing.
Okay, Kathryn, thank you very much. That was extremely comprehensive. I know most of my questions I have here, you've answered the vast majority of them. So you have, especially when it comes to COVID and how that affected the institution in general. And I know there was some funding that did come through as well. And I assume that you did have several staff on furlough also. I just probably want to say on the offset, I mean, some of my fondest memories as a child are going to the Ulster Museum with my dad. Because my granny and granda lived close by, and it was something we did, you know, very regularly. And I was there, probably it was about 2016, 17, and hadn't been there since I was a child, and just thought this is phenomenal. It's just this one wonderful, amazing building with so many amazing things inside it. So yeah, and for me, when I think of our museums, I think of memories and the wonderful memories I have. It's great to see all of the online work that you've been doing as well. I mean, we've had so many briefing sessions in here where we've had organisations or you know, telling us they had to change the way they've done things during COVID. Well, you had already changed the way that you were doing things prior to COVID, so I imagine that a lot of the projects that were in place you were able to continue during that COVID period and add on to that as well. It's also really good to know hear about the Now Group that are doing all of your catering. I was unaware of that as well. That is just a fabulous organisation, and it's good to see that they're involved in all of your museums. I suppose then, just to ask about the co-production side of it, of all of the changes that you have brought about and the consultation then with the general public and with communities, how far and wide did that consultation go? And maybe then just if you want to just highlight a wee bit more about the COVID situation and what you did well, what worked, and other stuff that maybe you find more difficult.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe to start with, I'll just start with COVID and COVID-19 in terms of what we did. Obviously, from a audience engagement perspective, I touched on a lot of what we've been doing. We took everything online from March right through to when we reopened the museums from the end of August and from the end of July into August. I think that what did we do well? We invested a huge amount in preparing our museums for reopening at the end of July, beginning of August, and we made huge numbers of adjustments. We went to pre-booking online, we installed sanitisers, we have one-way systems, we have additional staff on the available at the museums. And as part of our reopening, we have been taking part in the Association of Leading Visitor Attractions benchmarking study, which assesses visitors' perspective of how confident they feel in a COVID environment coming into your museum. And we are delighted that all of our museums have been tracking above the benchmark, which now has almost 40 attractions from across the UK that are involved in that. So I think I'm very proud of the teams that we have on the sites and what they've done. It's been challenging for the organisation this year because we've been working at two extremes. We have had almost 50% of staff on furlough because with the museums closed, they can't do their job. And the other 50% of our staff have been working to the extreme. So it's been quite challenging for us. But I am very proud of the people that work within the museums. My colleagues across the whole of the museums are extremely passionate about what they do, and our focus has maintained how do we make the collections that we have accessible to and continue to be accessible to our audiences, even though our museum doors are closed. And I think that we have managed to do that well. From a co-production perspective, which is the other question that you had touched on, and William may want to say something about this as well, but for us corporately, one of our key values that we put in place a number of years ago is partnership. And for everything that we do, we seek to deliver it in partnership with others, where we have an alignment of our values, where we have an alignment of what we're seeking to achieve, and then together I think we can always deliver a better result than if we're doing something ourselves. So anything that we talk about, you should see that we have a partner involved with us, at least one, sometimes many, and so partnership is absolutely an underpinning theme for us.
No, that's grand, thank you. Kathryn, I don't know, William, do you want to add anything, or are you okay?
Well, good morning. Just to say, it's very much partnership's so embedded now. It's almost hard to imagine us doing anything without a partner. It's very much just how we work. What I would maybe highlight, for example, would be we have new formal agreements in place with our local universities, and that's been really productive for both parties. But at the same time, we also work with local organisations like the Ulster Revaluation Society, for example, where we have a very clear alignment in terms of our collections and our interests. We work with organisations in terms of our programme activity, like Android, for example, in terms of our language events at the Folk Museum. So much of what we do is actually kind of collaborative and is absolutely strengthened as a result of that collaboration.
Okay, thanks, William. You'll also know that we've got, directly after you, we have the Model Engineers Society are coming in to brief us. And I know that there's a bit of an issue there around them requiring to vacate their premises, and I'm not here to discuss the rights and wrongs of that. I know that we still have a transport museum, so we do. And I would assume that what they offer is part of the overall experience of a transport museum. It's just to ask, and I know other members may pick up on other things to do with this, but I just want to ask, have they been accommodated in any other way within the transport side of the museum?
Yeah, I'm happy. This, obviously, I'd just start by saying this is not a decision that we've taken lightly at the museums, and it is really part of what we've been doing over the last 4 years is completely transforming what we do as an organisation, but also looking at the estate that we have and how we can drive much greater public benefit out of the assets that we have. And having reviewed the operation by the Model Engineers Society at the Ulster Transport Museum, we didn't believe it to be sustainable for a number of different reasons. They operate currently within the walled garden, which is a key heritage asset at that part of the site. We believe that we can unlock much greater public benefit from that, and we would like to restore it. And as part of our journey, we've developed a new master plan, and I think that what we would like to do is look at a much more sympathetic use of that part of the site. And we had discussed with the Model Engineer Society their ambitions, and from an alignment perspective, their ambitions and what we're seeking to achieve, we felt weren't in alignment any longer. But also from a governance and accountability perspective, it is increasingly difficult for us to justify the exclusive free access to that key part of the site by a very, very small group group of people. And our objective is really to provide much greater access to a much greater range of community groups and to develop programmes and activities that will have a clearer focus on wellbeing and environmental awareness, but also opportunities to extend the scope of our relationships with and to help develop social enterprises like the partnership we have with the Now Group that we've already mentioned, but also our partnership with the Leonard Treasure Trust that we have at the Ulster Mountain Folk Park. But also for us, the operation by the Model Engineer Society was developing increasing operational challenges. Obviously, the health and safety and child protection environment has evolved significantly over the 50 years they've been there. And we've had a range of different incidents over recent years that have been challenging for us. The public don't make a distinction between them and us, and so we are exposed as an organisation in that respect. So taking all of that into consideration, we indicated our intention over a year ago now to the Model Engineer Society that we didn't believe that their continued use of the site was going to be feasible in the long term, and we've met with them on several occasions, and we didn't extend the notice as we had initially indicated. Because of COVID, we delayed that. But we, under the licence agreement that we have with them, we have given them notice to vacate the site, and we were very keen and very committed to working with them to facilitate their move from the site. And we have extended that offer to them, and we are seeking a meeting with them to work out what that looks like and how we can support them in that move.
Thank you again for that, Kathryn. And again, I just want to say I'm not here to say who's right and who's wrong on this. It's just to gather information. So the site, I know the site that they're on because I know my own children have been there, albeit many, many years ago as well, to that, and I've fought memories of that as well. So they haven't been offered anywhere else on site, did you say?
I think given the site and the ecology of the site and the biodiversity of the site, there isn't another place suitable on the site that we can support them. Just maybe to put it in context, we get around 160 to 170,000 visitors a year to the Ulster Folk Museum and the Ulster Transport Museum, and the figures we have provided by the Model Engineer Society show that they get about 2,000 visitors a year. And we have to take into consideration the fact that that's not just members of the public who are using the Model Engineer train, but actually it's all of their members that are accessing the site, which are probably around 40 to 50% of that number. So they currently aren't supporting a huge number of visitors onto the site, and I just think it's important that we put that in context.
Thank you. And just a final thing on that subject before I open up the floor. I do know, if you could comment on it, I do know that there are many people that do visit that Model Engineers Society part of the site will have autism. I know that there are many members of that organisation who are older people, and this is who suffer from loneliness and social isolation, and this gives them a chance to pass on their knowledge and their skills. And so it is more than just that. From what I've been led to believe, it's more than that. It is something that is a lifeline for some people, and for others, it is a great learning tool as well. Just if you could make any comment on that.
And I suppose that's why the Access for All initiative that we launched in the summer has been so important for us, because we want to work with the representative bodies for a whole range of different clients to make sure that we can develop the museums to be as accessible as possible for everyone on an everyday basis. But we also run a whole range of different programmes. I only touched on a few of them. Our annual review outlines more of those. We have an extensive range of projects and programmes to support older people, vulnerable older people, to tackle loneliness, social exclusion, good relations. It's absolutely core and central to what we do at the museums.
Okay, thank you, Kathryn. I'm going to open up now for members. I have Alex and then I have Robin. So, Alex.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, and I'll start off and say that I appreciate everything that you're doing, and you do a great job, and with history and getting that information out to the public. So well done on that. But that's not what I'm going to touch on. I have to talk about the Model Engineer Society. So I have to say I'm very disappointed by the decision that was made. They've been there for 50 years. They're part of that institution. They are part of that transport museum, whether they are a separate identity or not. I feel very uncomfortable that you're putting them off the site, because that's what you're doing. They don't feel that they've been consulted on the transport's master plan for Coltraw. They've nowhere to go. I would argue about the visitor numbers that you're mentioning. They say they don't keep a record of how many visitors attend. They are open 35 days a year, and certainly they have over 10,000 visits a year of people who are part of that society and working on that site. I believe they are an attraction. And I remember going there when I was the age of 7 with the BB, and I wasn't interested in anything else but that model railway. So it's very disappointing. I don't believe that you've engaged with them, not you personally, about looking at your 40-acre site. I can see quite a large open green coming into the site, and I don't see why it couldn't be accommodated there. Now, that's just my suggestion, not theirs. And I believe a walkabout with them just to look at that. I believe that they are a fantastic attraction, and I just can't fathom why you would want them off the site. And I know you have plans for the wall garden, and it's going to be a biodiversity garden, but I don't see why you can't include the railway in that so people can travel around looking at all the biodiversity. And that's just my opinion, and I really, really want you to relook at this again. I'm very, very unhappy about it. And there's a lot of people who take part in the Engineer Society who've got kids with disabilities and learning difficulties, and you're throwing them off the site. And I have to say, it's a very, very heartless and cruel decision. And I would urge you to relook at that again, and it won't cost you a penny to have a wee look at it again and to engage with these people in a proper way, because they don't seem to think that you have. So that's my say on it. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Alex. So I'll maybe start and then I'll hand over to William, because and I know I've already said this was an extremely difficult decision for us, and it's not a decision that we took lightly as an organisation, because we appreciated the significant impact that it's going to have. And I have met, and William has met with them on several occasions. I think the part of the challenge that we have is that the picture that they paint is very different from the picture that we recognise as the partners that operate with them on the site. And while they may have said that we haven't consulted with them, we have met with them. I've met with them on several occasions, as has William, and we've been seeking a meeting with them since October, which I think I'm hoping is planned before Christmas, because we are not going to be unreasonable, and we want to do everything we can to support them in their move from the site. Just in terms of the numbers that I quoted, those were actually provided to us by the Model Engineer Society, and those are the only numbers we have around people that have been using that facility. I think there are greater opportunities, and one of the ones I didn't refer to is the Greenway project that the Ards and North Down Borough Council are promoting to connect the coast. And I think we would like to look at how we can open up the bottom end of the site and connect into the Greenway, which will provide much greater access for people coming up onto the site. And so we have to look much more widely around how we develop the whole of the bottom of the site. And we haven't scoped those plans fully, and there's plenty of opportunity for us to talk to people in the process of doing that and to identify relevant partners. But this is a decision that I believe we've had to take in the best interests long term of the museum. William, do you want to add anything?
Well, I think you've covered all the relevant points. I just think I realise this is an issue which is generates a certain amount of emotion and strong feeling, but we have to look at it in a very considered way. The fact is, the whole process of master planning at Cultural has really emphasised and reminded us just how important and sensitive an environment it is in terms of all of the planning and environmental kind of legislation that applies to the site, and we really cherish it in that regard, and we understand it as being a very remarkable survival, in the sense that the museum being there has actually protected it from development. So we have ultimately we're not doing anything that is inconsistent with the license agreement that the Model Engineer Society signed with us as recently as 2013, and we have indicated that we will do everything we can to support them in finding a new home.
Well, just to say, I think it's an awful decision, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself. I really do. This brings an enhancement to that site, and you're throwing them off, and you're upsetting an awful lot of people who take part in that, a lot of people who've used that site over the years, and people with disabilities who will not be able to use that site because you're throwing them off. And you really, really need to think hard about what you're doing and start thinking about the human feelings. It's not all about making money, it's about enhancing that site, and I believe they do that. So have a wee think again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Robin, and then Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. And can I start by saying I welcome the report. I'm going to confess it's a long time since I've been in the Ulster Museum. And the last time I did go in was only for a cup of coffee and a meeting, and out again. But I do thank Kathryn and William for being here today. I have fairly short questions, and with the caveat of what the Chair and Alex have raised, I do think the report that you're producing is a very, very positive report, and it sounds like an exciting future for the museums under your control. Can I just ask some simple questions? Do you offer work experience for students? I'll give you these all, they are short questions. Would you intend to take part in the Department for Communities job creation schemes, job opportunity schemes? And then could you perhaps outline what your relationships are with the smaller, if I describe them as independent museums, I think, you know, the ones that are scattered across Northern Ireland. And then what relationships you have with the GB museums, and particularly those that are the sort of living museums, such as the Ulster Folk and the Ulster museums. Can I and maybe just very quickly what your ambitions for the future might be?
Now, when you say those are short questions, I could be here a long time answering those questions for you.
I thought they were nearly yes or no.
First of all, I'd be absolutely delighted to welcome you into the Ulster Museum. We're actually reopening all of our museums tomorrow. We're thrilled. We've been closed since the 6th.
I'll have a contract with you. I will go.
And I'll provide you with coffee, and we'll take you around and show you around. But anyway, just to run through your questions, I'll start, and then I'll hand over to William, who's better qualified to answer some of these. Work experience for students, yes, absolutely. We support work experience for secondary school children, but also we have a range of different students that come in to do research placements with us, and particularly within our curatorial department, but there's opportunities everywhere. In terms of the DFC job creation scheme, more than happy to work with the department and support that. I don't know an awful lot about it at this stage, but really welcome to find out more about it, and we're happy to look at how we might support that. In terms of GB museums, which I'll touch on, I am part of the National Museum Directors Council, and it meets 3 times a year. So I meet with up to 40 directors from other museums across the UK, and discuss areas of commonality and collaboration, but we also have huge partnerships with museums right across the UK, Ireland and further afield. Currently we have an exhibition in partnership with the FMAV in Modena, which is a huge exhibition of Willie Docherty's work. Willie's from Derry, Londonderry, and after that exhibition finishes in Modena, it's coming to the Ulster Museum, and we're thrilled to have that. So we've connections and collaborations everywhere, and we're also members of the Museums Association. My colleagues from across the organisation are regularly working with partners there. I'll hand over to William just to say maybe a bit more about that, and also to talk about relationships with the independent museums, and then maybe I'll come back and answer the question in terms of our ambitions at the end.
Yes, happy to report that we have a range of collaborations ongoing with museums of all sizes. At one level, we loan extensively to local museums. I think we probably have material from our collection loaned out to nearly all of certainly the local authority museums and many of the many others. We have active collaborations, for example, with the Northern Ireland War Memorial Museum. We're working on them with we are the Northern Ireland hub for a national programme on the Second World War, and which is led by the Imperial War Museum, and we are the Northern Ireland hub, and we're working in partnership with the Ulster Aviation Society on that, and also the Northern Ireland War Memorial. Another initiative that I would like to highlight would be we are working with the Museum of Free Derry, Bloody Sunday Trust and Healing Through Remembering on the creation of a network of museums that are interested in conflict and legacy. That's a new initiative, a very interesting one that brings together a very diverse range of organisations, ranging from the James Connolly Centre through to the Police Museum. There's about 10 or 12 that are actively involved in those early discussions, and I think it's a very interesting initiative. And I think it highlights also our interest in the role we feel we can play in terms of helping to deal positively with the contribution to the legacy of the past. We have currently kind of a Renoir, kind of, and other paintings on loan from the Courtauld Institute in London, and again that's Courtauld, who, as you will all know, had a presence in Northern Ireland and Carrickfergus, and is very keen to work with us, as they are with other areas where they previously had factories. And the Renoir, which is we're very excited about. It's the first time people will be able to see it once we open on Friday. Is again coming out of that kind of national collaboration. So. And we also have relationships with museums internationally. We loan, our collection is of international significance. We're very proud of that. It's a collection that actually manages to be simultaneously locally significant, nationally significant, and internationally significant. So we have loans that travel the world. We've had loans in the last few years to Japan and America. So we feel we're also cultural ambassadors in that sense for Northern Ireland. And as I say, we're very much an active player in the sort of the wider museum sector, locally, nationally, internationally.
And finally then, Robin, just to answer in terms of our ambitions for the future, I suppose I outlined our overarching commitments in the opening presentation, and for us, our biggest ambition is to ensure that we are the champions of inclusion, diversity and accessibility, and that museums, the National Museum Service here in Northern Ireland, is truly for everybody. And we want people to get involved with museums in much more wider range of different ways, and ensure that we absolutely maximise our public benefit, but also our social impact as an organisation. To do that, our biggest ambition is to secure investment in the enabling infrastructure across our entire museum estate. The two projects that we are most ready to go with are the Ulster Museum and the new master plan there, which will help us to completely transform the way people can come into and interact with the collections. And then the really exciting project we have at the Ulster Folk Museum, where we're seeking to secure National Lottery Heritage Fund support. We also have a development framework that we have put together for the Ulster American Folk Park, we are looking at what the future of the transport and industry collections will be. And we'd be more than happy and would welcome the opportunity to come back next year and brief the committee in a bit more detail around what those projects and those plans look like.
Just final question, Chair. Can I just ask you, Kathryn, in terms of Northern Ireland's centenary next year, are the museum intending to do anything in that area?
Yes, we have a 100 Years Forward programme, which we have developed for next year, and William would be best to talk to you about that.
Yes, we do. Kathryn talked about our role and purpose, and we see very much the contribution we can make to these kind of centenaries as being a very clear expression of that. Over the last decade, we have successfully delivered engagement programs, including, for example, Remembering 1916 and Poppy's Weeping Window, to mark significant anniversaries. And we realise, of course, that there are sensitivities, there are challenges, but we have built up a body of expertise and an understanding of kind of new approaches to do that allows for different perspectives to be heard and different voices to be heard. So our programme 100 Years Forward is across our sites. It's multi-site, it's multi-layered activities throughout 2021 to mark both partition and the creation of Northern Ireland. And it will build on this, on the practice we have developed in the past decade, and will be based on the principles of equality, inclusivity and partnership. And if I was to just draw your maybe to some highlights in terms of a very brief summary of the programme as it currently stands, we have 4 major exhibitions planned for the Ulster Museum. We have an important youth project exploring kind of the future and young people's hopes for the future. We'll have events and an active programme at the Ulster Folk Museum. We will have a pop-up exhibition in Dublin City Centre in partnership with the Little Museum of Dublin. We have a major community-based cultural expression project, which Kathryn previously referred to, Making the Future. We will have an expanded schools programme with new resources, curriculum-based resources on the theme of partition. We also have, as I mentioned, our Second World War programme, which is a partnership with Imperial War Museum. And I could go on, but I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank Kathryn and William, and I look forward to that cup of coffee.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Okay. Kelly?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Kathryn and William. I'm going to take you back. You're talking about the 100 years. One of the things that I'm very interested in when we're looking forward to the next 100 years is the amount of collections that you currently have in storage. We're very aware across Northern Ireland there's so much that we do have that we can't put on display. Is there any opportunities there, or is there anything in your plans about extending the opportunity to maybe have some of those collections in different places, display cases in supermarkets or schools, or, anywhere that we can get them on display for people? Is there any plans for that going forward?
William?
Yes, it's an absolutely fundamental core priority for us always, is to open up greater access and to unlock the potential of our collection. In many respects, it's become the great challenge of my life to kind of explain the characteristics of the National Collection, because it's 1.4 million objects, which sounds like it's a mind-boggling kind of number in a sense. But I think it's important to realise as well that a lot of the collection isn't actually kind of objects that would be suitable for display as you might normally think of it. We hold major research collections, and that actually makes up a large amount of that 1.4 million. For example, we have 350,000 items in our natural sciences collections, which range across entomology, marine biology, zoology, botany, etc., etc. And that's, in a sense, a fundamental database through which we understand the environment of this place and our biodiversity, and will become ever more important as we understand how that environment is changing for various factors, including climate change, for example. We also hold, another example would be the Harland and Wolff ship plant collection, which runs to some 250,000 plans and drawings. Now we have a number of those on display. We're always, and we're open to have loaned them as well, kind of to other institutions. But fundamentally, that's a major research collection. So to answer your question, it's where access to the collection, public access to the collection is a core priority for us. It's absolutely embedded in our corporate strategy. We're always looking at new ways of opening up greater access to it. I'm pleased to say that our new transport store, which we've been able to develop with the support of the department, for which I am eternally grateful, I can assure you, will be a publicly accessible store, and we're very excited about that. We'll be able to bring in special interest groups and community groups and others for tours of our new store. So it's really almost an extension as much of our display space, nearly as a store in itself. And we see that as really the standard now that we would aspire to, that actually kind of all of our museum estate in terms of collection, the collection estate would be publicly accessible, and to make that as easy as possible for the public to get access to the collection, and of course to take the collection in new innovative ways to our audiences.
Thank you very much. I know that whenever the Ulster Museum was closed for that temporary period while the improvements were being made to the building, there was a huge opportunity there for the collections to be, the curators to do their work and have everything brought together. I'm just wondering, we have such an amount in storage, and as you say, a huge wealth of various different artefacts. I'm just worried a bit about where they're being stored and the conservation. Is there any difficulties with that? Is there any investment that we should be thinking of on a long-term basis to ensure that where and when so many items are in storage, that the conservation considerations are maintained?
Absolutely, we would welcome your support in that. We need your support. We have had historic problems, and it's a matter of public record. The new transport and industry store, which has been completed, and the collection move to that will be taking place this year, is a response to some of those legacy issues. But I have to say the gold standard now for collection storage is that it be absolutely publicly accessible, and that is our goal. And we're always going to be seeking to improve the care and well-being of the collection and to make it more accessible, and we will be seeking investment to enable us to do that. Thinking within museums has moved forward so much, and I think sometimes people have a mental image of museum stores as being like the last scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where there's a huge warehouse and containing kind of mystery objects. That's the opposite of what we want. We want our collection to be as accessible as it possibly can, and to do that, there's new ways of actually storing it, better storage systems, connecting our collection more closely. We want to return much of the collection back into the Ulster Museum, for example, where it can be more easily accessed by the public. So, this is our core priority as we move forward. It'll be the core priority, I'm sure, for my successors for many, many decades. Because it's the goal for every modern, socially responsible museum to make its collection accessible as possible, and to unlock the fullest public value from the collection.
Can I just check if the department and yourselves have had any conversations with SIB, the Strategic Investment Board, on potential to secure investment in that way for what your objectives are?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. We have been working with the Strategic Investment Board over the last 3 years. Actually, they've supported us in helping to develop the estate strategy that we currently have, and our new estate strategy, which we're in the process of developing going forward. We have a £90 million estate, so it is quite extensive, and I think we have a real responsibility to be much more strategic in how we plan for the maintenance and development of that estate over the years ahead. So SIB have very much worked with the team that we have in National Museums NI, and I think critical to that is they didn't come in and do it for us. They've actually been trying to help us to do it for ourselves, and their advice has been invaluable in that respect. Mm-hmm. We also have a capital programme director on a fixed term contract from SIB from this year and for 2 further years to really help us develop our capital investment programme that I have mentioned already across the site. So they have been a great resource for us as an organisation.
Thank you. There's so much I could ask you about. My degree was in Byzantine studies, so I'm a complete geek when it comes to history. But at my final point, I would love to talk to you about stonemasons and farriers and that skill set, you know, of older traditions that we could use through the apprenticeships. But I'll finally end on the model engineers. I know that I did have a meeting with yourself, Kathryn and William, and thank you for that. And I know that there's a contractual arrangement that has been put in play, and there's legal things there. But you mentioned earlier that you will be having a meeting with the model engineers to discuss the support that they may need when they do leave the site. Is there any idea of what that support might involve? I know you need to talk to them, so I'm not going to hold you to it, but I'm just wondering, what does that mean? Is that helping them to physically move, or what does that mean?
Everything is open for discussion, Kelly. So it could be anything from helping them to move to financial support. We're open to discuss all of that. As I've said, we know that this is a very difficult situation. We know we've had to make a very difficult decision, and we will do our very best to support and facilitate the move from the site.
Yeah, I know I had asked you when we had met, and just so that it's on record, you know, was there any consideration made to adopting their collection to bring it within the collection that would be owned by NMNI? Sorry, I'm terrible at saying that. And that hadn't been there. I'm just, because of my infrastructure background, Alex has mentioned the people that were involved with the Model Engineers Society. I'm a bit of a geek, and I'm worried about the tracks that they have, because historically, and the type of track that those trains run on, it's unique. So I'm disappointed it will be away from the site because of the value of that. I would just be interested to see if there's any potential for the Model Engineers collection at some point, as William has mentioned, if they have a transport collection, if you guys have a transport collection being developed, those tracks are very, very key to understanding, you know, how trains and things work. I'd love to see more trains across Northern Ireland, but all I would ask is that when that transport collection is being considered, that consideration with the discussions with the model engineers of those tracks and where they go would be considered. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay, thank you. I've no other member has indicated to ask anything at this stage, so can I say thank you? One of the beauties about sitting on this committee is that you get reminded regularly of the wonderful things that we do have here in Northern Ireland on our doorstep. So I think I'll also be doing something similar over the Christmas break. I will be paying a visit. Certainly I'll be jumping on the train, the Botanic. So I will.
Join me for a coffee.
Yeah, we could join you for a coffee, Robin. Yeah, and I think had we been in normal times and not COVID times, we certainly would have been planning a committee visit. I have no doubt about that. That would have been part of our plan. Would have been for a committee visit. So thank you. Thank you for highlighting some of those wonderful things that I already knew about and had forgotten about, and many other things that I didn't know about and will certainly do a bit more investigating into.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your time today, and we would welcome the opportunity to visit you in future.
Yeah, that's super. Okay, thank you, Kathryn. Thank you, William.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, members, then we're going to move on now to agenda item number 8, which is then a briefing by the Model Engineers Society. You'll find a copy of their briefing paper at page 107 of your meeting pack. And can I welcome them to the meeting? We have David Heatley, Mark McDonald and John Matthews. There we go, we'll get you up on the screen. There we go, we've got all of you now on our screen. You're all very welcome to thank you, good morning. Well, it's nearly good afternoon at this stage. Thank you for coming and joining us today. We certainly, as I said, we got a very comprehensive briefing from yourselves, which I know members will have read through. I have been also told that you have a slide presentation as well. Now, what I need to remind you of is that if you are going to do the slide presentation, you're going to have to do it pretty swiftly, because we would like to have time for members to ask you some questions. I think that's vitally important. So I will just then hand over. Is it David? Is it yourself that's going to lead on this? Yeah? Well, okay, go ahead, David.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, I think it is now. I will go through this as quickly as possible, so I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, is that working?
Yep, it is, David.
Great. So I have a good number of slides, but there's not that much detail on each one, so I'll go through it quickly.
Okay.
As you're aware, the members of the Model Engineers Society Northern Ireland continue to be shocked and saddened by the situation we currently find ourselves in regarding our home of 50 years. I want to talk first of all about the NMNI Cultural Master Plan. We would appeal to the committee to request that the senior management team of NMNI look at their plan with fresh eyes in the light of a number of failings and inaccuracies in the consultation procedures that were taken to develop the Cultural Master Plan. Having studied the Cultural Master Plan, we would like to address the following points. We were not consulted at any point in relation to this. Kathryn talks about meetings, but those were not consultations. They had their minds made up. They came and they told us. They didn't ask us for opinions or suggestions. They didn't want our suggestions. We would make them. On what basis do NMNI identify the walled garden as an important habitat rich in biodiversity? In a BMAP detailed survey, it describes the museum as woodland and scrub. The walled garden is not singled out as a more important. It's 1.93 acres of a 40-acre site. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Affairs has identified 88 protected areas of interest in County Down, none of which are anywhere near the museum site. NMNI states that the model engineers operate their model engines. It's much more than that. It's a hub for engineering heritage, once common across Northern Ireland. It has traditional skills that are passed on from experienced engineers. Important memories are passed down generations. Sorry, this is just jumping on me. I beg your pardon. Support provided as they learn old skills. Members of the public are enthralled with the evocative sounds and smells. Families enjoy the railway, which is a live part of a static museum. The Pablo series of BBC, which has been award-winning, highlighted the importance of bringing the static locomotives to life. They actually filmed at Cultural. And that is part of the Pablo series. It's inaccurate to say that we occasionally open to the public. On average, it's open in excess of 35 days a year. What do they mean when they say the walled garden is a key heritage asset? What distinguishes it from other assets? NMI state the use of the site as a society is creating increasing operational challenges and risks for visitors, brackets health and safety and child protection, but they don't say in what way. They haven't brought it to our attention. They haven't discussed it with us. Why haven't measures been taken to work together to find solutions? NMNI described the walled garden as a key part of their site. How is this so? Is it not the case that if the model engineers had not maintained the site for the past 50 years, it would quite possibly have been flattened for a car park or for storage? That was the plan 50 years ago. It now contains a premier example of raised 5-inch and 3.5-inch track, one of only 2 in Ireland and the leading example in the UK, or a leading example in the UK. It's of historical interest in its own right, and that should be preserved. The walled garden has been well maintained by the model engineers over this time. MES&I has invested a considerable amount of money over the 15 years. Just a little shot of John Matthews, who's our chairman, on the racetrack. We have about 70 engines on our books owned by different members, and there's nowhere else for them to run. They'll have to go to Dublin. They say that due consideration was given to the resettlement of the society elsewhere in the estate and it was concluded that this could not be achieved. At no time did they engage with us to discuss that or to look at what was possible. It's very difficult to believe within 40 acres of the Transport Museum that 1.9 kilometres couldn't be found for the miniature railway attraction. In comparison, NMNI employ 2.5 groundkeepers for the whole Folk and Transport Museum. And for example, issues with Japanese knotweed on the site were brought to the attention of the museum by the model engineers rather than vice versa. We have a much higher ratio of people working on our site. They made the following assertions in an email dated 28th of July to Gerald McDonald, caseworker for Claire Hannah, that we had 10,731 visitors over 5 years. Now, the figures are actually the number of our members that attended over 5 years. They have asked us to record numbers. Those numbers were the numbers of members attending, not visitors. We haven't kept records of visitors. They never asked us to keep records of visitors. So what they're saying is very misleading. They say there's no significant spikes in the visitors Easter to September when compared to the rest of the NNI sites. I just think that's meaningless. I can't see what that actually means. They refer to an incident in August 2014 and another in 2018 as evidence of operational challenges and risks for visitors. There were 2 minor incidents. One happened when the railway was closed and members of the public gained access themselves and somebody turned the turntable and nipped somebody's finger. The other one was a minor derailment in 2018. Both have gone through health and safety, and things have been changed to improve, but they weren't big issues. We have public liability insurance. The site is subject to HSE NI approval and inspection. And in comparison, what other claims have been made against other NMI buildings and things over the same period? They're not giving any comparisons. NMI assert that it has anecdotal feedback from visitors, but what relevance do the NMI place that on coming to an informed decision, and would it not have been beneficial to discuss the anecdotes with the model engineers so that we could see if we can tackle them? Other communications to various MLAs, including AQWs to the floor of Stormont, and in response to other interested parties, the NMNI referred to the model engineers having free access to the site for many years. They suggest they wish to unlock greater public value of the walled garden and to restore it to its historical use. They have also highlighted issues with governance of the society. There has been an unwritten agreement for 5 decades that the MASNI pay rent on the use of the site by providing a miniature railway attraction in the Transport Museum for visitors to the museum to watch or ride on. Okay. Additionally, members of the society talk to the visitors about the railway, about how many of the locomotives in rolling stock were built by members, and demonstrate how they work. Many are close replicas of locomotives from a bygone era. NMNI have not stated how they intend to unlock greater public value of the walled garden, or even what that means. The history of the walled garden at Cullen House is somewhat different from the traditional walled gardens found across Northern Ireland. This one was specifically built with recreation in mind. It had a small kitchen garden, but mostly it was intended for tennis and croquet. So, if they're going to restore it to what it was historically before, they're going to have to build tennis court and croquet lawns. As a limited company, MESNI has, of course, governance in place with health and safety and child protection, as well as public liability insurance, and many procedures and protocols in place. ESNI makes an annual statement to the Company's House. The museum has not asked for collaboration on this matter. However, should they wish, MES and I would be prepared to work with them to come to an agreed procedure to include them in the governance procedure. MESNI's legal consultant argues that the licence agreement held with the museum, although called a licence, is in reality a lease, which offers the model engineers higher protection against an unfair eviction. And that's just a list of some of the organisations that supported the building of the ground level track back in the 80s. So we are convinced that the decision taken by this management team is not in the best interest of the museum, now or in the future, for the following reasons. It removes a dynamic and very relevant historic transport exhibit. It reduces significantly the public visitor experience to the Transport Museum. It ignores the input from historic industrial bodies responsible for its construction, and it fails to appreciate the significance of diminishing skills and knowledge used to build and maintain it. The Chairman's conclusion: one must always query why so many other organisations and events have been banished from Portraw. The hill climb, the carriage driving, the vintage bus rally, the model railway exhibition, and many other volunteer events which have been eased out. The motorcycle fraternity would dearly love to become more involved in helping to display the incredible collection of bikes that are owned by the museum, and very many bikes in private ownership that could be such a huge attraction to the people of this part of the world, and where motorbikes are such a significant part of our culture and a world where we have had such an enormous influence. The model engineers would like to develop relationships with other groups who have an interest in objects owned by the museums but not available for public enjoyment. An example could be the Mickey Marley's roundabout, which is locked in storage about 20 metres from our own miniature railway station. What an attraction if a community group could cooperate with our own group of volunteers, providing train runs and rides in the old roundabout. Just think of the goodwill that could be created for all our benefit. I'm now trying to get back to...
Okay, David, is that your briefing finished?
That me finished, yes. I'm just going to stop sharing.
That's grand. Look, David, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to come and present to us today. We know that this is a highly emotive issue. We know that there's been blood, sweat and tears by many of your members has been put in to this model railway over the years. We know the benefits of this and the good work that you do. And as I said in the last briefing, certainly as chair of the committee, I'm not here to say who is right and who is wrong, though I do see what a loss this would be for many, many people. And I suppose it's just to ask you, if museums do not reconsider their decision, what is the implications for your organisation on the whole?
We are looking for somewhere else at the moment, but it is extremely difficult to find somewhere that is suitable, and the amount of work involved in lifting the track and moving it and setting it up again, it's years of work. And
I suppose then, just from your members' perspective, I know we have other members there as well, and just about the amount of work that they've put in over the years. I mean, I assume this has been a great disappointment for many.
A huge disappointment for many, and many are now at an age where they can't visualise that they could be involved in moving. Many of them are in their 70s and 80s, and they go down to potter about and help run the trains, help do things, but they're not physically fit enough to do major uplift of a railway and move it to a new site.
Okay, and you were able to listen in because you were on our call from earlier on, because we are running so late today, so we are. So you were able to listen in to what the museums had to say. Is there anything from their presentation that you want to highlight with us?
Well, I feel that they very much, that they didn't consult with us. They came and told us. We met a few times. We have another meeting scheduled with them, but it was never a consultation. It was always they came to tell us. Okay. Maybe Mark or John would like to come in on that.
Yes, I would.
Go ahead, John.
I was very interested in the museum's presentation and their aspirations, and their aspirations dovetail very much with our own. We want to show something that is inspiring to young people. We are an introduction to precision engineering that is not available in the technical colleges anymore in Northern Ireland. It has gone beyond that, but we have lathes, we have milling machines, we provide young people with so much, and it dovetails in with the aspirations that the museum have, and we would like to work with them and try and provide something, an exhibition that is not boring at the museum, but is something exciting. So many people are saying that there's nothing has changed in that museum for so many years. The one thing that has changed, we put in a very significant extension to the track with our own money. We've spent every Heatley we have extending the track with the museum's encouragement, and then we're told that we can't go. We have so much to offer. Please let us do it.
Okay, thank you for that, John. I'm going to open up for members for questions. I know I have Alex has asked to come in.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
I thank you for your presentation. I feel very much for you. I don't understand the logic of why they're asking you to leave. What they're saying to me, just it's not adding up and it's not making sense. In terms of you moving, and in terms of the current site, do you believe there is room at Coltra, somewhere within the 40 acres of that site, to move you if you had to move? And there just doesn't seem to be a willingness to look at that.
I can't see why there wouldn't be the room. I think that to spend the amount of time and effort and money to move us to a place site isn't the best use of us. I think we're better where we are, and I think that they could accommodate an improvement of the wall garden and still keep the railway running there. I don't think that they want us to be there, and that's why they don't find a space.
They seem to be using the wall garden, the biodiversity of it. Now, looking at the pictures and having been on the site, a lot of it seems to be just grass. And the history of it dictates that it was, what was it, a croquet and tennis. So there doesn't seem to be a history of biodiversity on the site or currently on the site. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, I would say so. There's a few nice trees, but there's a lovely oak tree that we planted. There's ivy growing everywhere where we have to keep pulling it up to try and keep the place under control. We have a couple of nice wildflowers growing along the side of the track, which we try to protect. But other than that, they go out with ordinary weed killer. They haven't told us not to go out with it. At no point have they told us to take care of this or that within the walled garden. The only thing that has come up has been the Japanese knotweed, which we brought to their attention. And I had to bring it to their attention again this summer when it started to regrow.
Yeah, it just seems a nonsense that they're making it out that it's something special when it's quite clearly not.
Yes.
They made an assertion about visitor numbers and that you had given them something around 2,000. Do you recognise?
That's about our members attending. We were never asked to record visitors. I've been keeping those records since 2013, since I became secretary. And I have a diary, and every member signs in. And at the end of each month, I send total number of visitors per day to the museum. That's the figures they're quoting back.
Okay. I think as a committee we'll maybe have a discussion after your presentation, but what do you think we can do further to help you? Or try to?
As you asked them, Alex, to consider why they're putting us out, but to me their mind is made up, and I don't know what powers the committee have to influence them.
Well, we can maybe chat about that. Okay, thank you. I'll let another member in. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex. I have Kelly and then Robin.
Thank you very much, David, Mark and John, and I'll just declare an interest in transparency terms. John's a former Alliance councillor. Folks, it's come to the stage where the notice period has been given to you, and it's a very sad day. Can I just start off by asking how much time is there before the final date of that period of notice?
The notice came, or was dated, the 12th of October, and it's a 6-month notice. And we haven't been on site since then, because the 12th was just before the next lockdown. We haven't been allowed on site.
So we're sort of looking at potentially then March, the end of yeah. There's not that much time left. I noticed in your presentation that you've said that your solicitor or your legal person has said that the licence or the lease is perhaps not. Are you guys going to challenge that?
Well, we have to take further advice on that. He has said that in his mind, although it says it's a license, that it could be interpreted as a lease, and as a small business we might have more protection there. We would rather not have to do that. But it's a very difficult situation.
Yeah, because I've spoken to yourselves, and I've spoken to John a number of times. As you know, I said to the committee, I met with Kathryn and William and another officer, and asked them quite a lot of questions, about that, and they seem to believe that legally, because they have given the notice period, that's as much as they need to do. And they talk about having a meeting with yourselves to help you to vacate the premises. They haven't said what that means, and today they didn't say that either. Because they have brought that sort of contract terms into it, it sounds to me like there's a legal process maybe needs to be considered in that. That will be up to yourselves, of course. But thinking about if that time comes in March where you guys have to move, could you describe to me the type of site that you need? Obviously, it needs to be flat, or what do you need? What sort of size is it? And if you could give me a general, it might be very hard to do this because you've been on that site for so long. How much is it going to cost to move what you have, and how much do you think it would cost to put what you currently have on site somewhere else? What is the cost to your society?
John, can I pass that to you?
I cannot see the move being completed by any contractor for less than £100,000.
100,000.
Possibly more. But one of the things about identifying a site, one of the reasons the conversation came up and prompted the conversation with William Blair in the first place was we wanted to develop a pond, because there are many people, both old and young, who make model boats and radio-controlled model boats, and we wanted to develop that type of facility at the walled garden, not within the walled garden, but outside the walled garden, beside the railway bridge that Harland and Wolff's apprentices made for us. So if we do move, we would want to have somewhere where we could develop a pond for the people who build model boats and operate them.
Tell me this.
It's a shame that they want to throw out an artefact that was made by the apprentices of Harland and Wolff, and as far as the footbridge is concerned, and yet in their own presentation they say that they've got they want to preserve the Harland and Wolff collection. It's just.
I know. It is a very emotional subject. So I'm just thinking at this minute, guys, if you just could set out for me. So you've mentioned £100,000 just to move. So
could I mention a few? You would need to have a site which was secure, safety from our point of view, from our locomotives, and also from the public, we would not be in a position to pay for a large rent on a site, because all of the money that we generate through the year is being used to spend on insurance to run with the public and to update the site. So we would have a real operational difficulty in maintaining a large site if we had to buy it. We couldn't afford to buy a site.
So, worst case scenario comes to the end of March and you guys have to be off site and you haven't got £100,000 to be able to lift your equipment. What happens? Do you just leave it behind? Okay, that's some of the considerations that we as the committee may be able to ask questions about, because that's a lot of equipment that belongs to yourselves. Yeah, okay. It is very sad. As you know, I come from an infrastructure background. I know the value of your raised track. As you say, the contract notice period has been given. There may well need to be a legal consideration from your part about that, but the costs to the society to move, never mind setting up, seem to be extraordinary. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Robin?
Thank you, Chair. Just some very simple questions.
I hope they are simple now this time.
They are simple. Come from a simple mind, Chair. Can I just ask you, what is the status of your organisation?
I was going to ask.
We're a limited company.
A limited company, right? Okay. And have you made any applications for grant aid?
No.
Not over the years?
Never. Never. That I'm aware of. No, not in my time.
So everything that you have spent on the site has been a benefactor giving directly to you or your own money?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And you're all obviously all covered by all of the regulations, insurance regulations and health and safety regulations, and you've attended to do that. Has there been any discussion around trying to get an agreement with the museum?
Yes. Well, yeah, we have asked them, but it is falling on deaf ears.
We had a meeting with them in February, David, was it?
Yes, I think it was February.
And we asked them to reconsider. We asked them to explain what their problems were to us. We asked them if we could come to an agreement to try to settle any concerns that they had. They were not in this. They had already, as the chairman said, they had made up their minds. They weren't interested in discussing with us to try to come to any understanding, to relocate, to be part of the committee. We said that there was a perfectly good model miniature railway that ran with the National Museum in York and other museums in England. They simply weren't interested in accommodating us in any way, shape or form, or trying to discuss any of the problems that they had.
Okay. There's a query on the number of visitors to the site that you've made reference to. What is your, if you don't record the number of visitors, what would be your estimate on the number of visitors to your site?
On a nice day, we could have 200 or 300 people riding on the trains. On a really good day, like a good Easter, we would have thousands of people over the Easter riding on the trains. Most people who come down and ride on the trains will comment on that was the best bit of the day. And that can be from people with children, or it could be from older generations who remember the steam trains in Northern Ireland.
And are they fee-paying visitors?
They come down and we ask for a donation. It's a voluntary donation. We have a donation box. If they want to put something in, great. If they don't put anything in, they still get a ride.
You made, or someone made reference to the miniature railway at York. I've been there. I believe it's a fee paying. You buy your ticket and you get on rather than.
It may be, but it's on the site of the museum, as I understand.
Yeah.
We were given the option to charge a fee, and we felt that people paying to get into the museum often, maybe are tightly struck. They haven't the money to pay for train rides as well. So we ask for a voluntary contribution. Some people give us a few pence. Some people are very much more generous.
Yeah, I understand what you said. Now the one at York is separate from the museum, but within the grounds of the museum. But it's you haven't paid to get into the museum. I understand. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. There's no other members have asked to come in. Can I say thank you, and thank you for bringing up also those other issues to do with the hill climb and the carriage. What is it? Can't even remember the name of carriage driving. Which are all very important when we look at our history and our transport history in Northern Ireland. I have a daughter who is a member of the Mini Meet. Because she's been a mini driver since she was 17, and I know how important that is to her, and and just the social side of it as well. So I know that whatever your interest might be, whether it's from a small child or whether it's through your work or whatever you have done, I know how important this is. I know how emotive this is. It doesn't make sense to me at all that we have a transport museum that wants to leave out massive chunks of the heritage and transport of Northern Ireland. That absolutely does not make sense. So after this meeting, the committee will decide how they want to progress further. At the end of the day, I know it's an operational decision by the museums. I know the Minister had said that, and the Minister was did listen to us as well when we spoke to her about it, albeit it was off the record, I think. But we do know that it's an operational decision by the museum at the end of the day, and all I suppose that we can do is plead with them as well that I certainly do believe that if we want to uphold that heritage and that history of transport in Northern Ireland, then this is a valued part of that. So that I can certainly give the committee's commitment on that. So can I just say a very big thank you. Thank you for contacting us, and thank you for coming and briefing us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you now. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we need to just decide what it is we want to do from that briefing. I would like to ask the museums, and I should have done it because I knew about the hill climb actually. I should have done it whenever they were in here, about the other list of activities that would have taken place by volunteers on that site. Just why they have been taken off as well. Alex and then Kelly.
Obviously, I want us to be as collective together, as united as we can. Obviously, we're going to have to write some sort of letter to them, asking them to reconsider their decision. I'd like to be as forceful as we can, but being polite. I don't understand the decision. It's absolutely ludicrous. These guys offer so much, and what the museum are doing just doesn't make sense. The rationale that has been given about biodiversity and there's other places on the site, it's just a load of bunkum. And anyway, I'll leave it to somebody else to come in and see what they're thinking.
That's fair enough, Alex.
That's just rubbish.
Yeah, okay. So, no, I do think following on from that briefing, I certainly would be happy that if we do want to write to the museums to ask them just again about what their plan is, I suppose, for the transport side, if it's not to include those methods of historic transport from Northern Ireland. Kelly, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I think that there's some issues. If there's a legal process, that will tie our hands a little, but it doesn't seem to have taken that formal footing as yet. What I would like to ask, I know that the meeting, as Kathryn and William had said when we were speaking to them, and the Model Engineers Society, they haven't had their meeting yet to discuss the removal away, so removal of the society from the site. The costs are extraordinary, and I fail to see how putting that type of pressure on a partner who has worked within that site for so many years is appropriate. If anyone else was removing someone from their site because they had a reason for that, then they would have worked out a business case for that removal, and there may be an offer of compensation or whatever it is that we'll leave it up to the museums and galleries people to come up with what they're going to offer. But I think we need as a committee just to say, hold on a minute here, this is a society that sort of runs hand to mouth, and how are they supposed to afford the move? The other thing is that while the Folk and Transport Museum, it's the Transport Museum for Northern Ireland, why is this not in keeping with the collections? There hasn't been a discussion. The NMNI have taken the decision not to even offer to take what they have into their collection and manage it with a partnership with society still retaining volunteer, running. So I think there's something there about the Concordat agreement that Maura Doherty's working up within the department, that Concordat agreement between the community and voluntary sector and departments. So we have a group of people here. Now, it's a limited company. It doesn't seem to have charitable status, but they're all volunteers. They're not paid to do this. Is there something there that we should be encouraging all arm's length bodies to maintain as a partnership with our community and voluntary sector? And they mentioned they work well with Leonard Cheshire and with other charities and other organisations. So what is so different with this? Is it just purely a breakdown in communications between the two? Or has a decision, as the society has said, been taken beforehand? If there's a legal case where we can't get involved with that, that obviously is one thing. But there's not very long left in this notice period. I fail to see how the society is going to be able to afford to move their resources. So I'd be asking NMNI what their plans are on that. What compensation?
I think they did mention that they would be willing to provide financial assistance to move it in their briefing.
We see.
I think I heard that. But
I'm not sure if it's financial assistance or whatever was. That may well be they could provide the trucks or something, but this is going to require cranes to come in and lift this stuff. I fail to see how there isn't another site. If they want to use the walled garden, fine, but there's plenty of areas. Put it like this, when I walk about the Folk and Transport Museum, I'm knackered. To be able to get onto a wee train to go between some of that stuff might actually be a way around it, but there hasn't been that discussion.
Just arrive back at the same place, of course.
That's it. But, I think I would just love to know minutes of meetings to see what the discussions have been so far. If we could have those, that would be wonderful. They could be shared with us. But it looks like notice period has been given. Are NMNI prepared to extend that? Because I doubt that £100,000 will be found anytime soon.
We could, they could do in this situation, but we can't ask for that. What we can do is we'll get a letter drafted by the committee clerk and bring it back next week for approval for the committee. If they're happy with that, if you want to see anything added into that, or if you have any other ideas, certainly feed it through to the committee clerk. Between now and next week, and I think I would like the other issues included in that letter as well, of all of those other voluntary events and various things that have taken place historically on that site. It just is so strange that these are all historic things and historic events, and yet we want to get rid of them out of a museum, So yeah, so we'll get that letter brought back. Mark, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I did raise my hand, albeit belatedly, for both presentations there, but it was sort of final minute, so I couldn't.
I didn't see it. I'm normally Sorry, Mark.
I could understand how you missed it, because it was right at the end when maybe a question that I might have been going to ask hadn't been, or I just thought of something else. Like other members who've spoken, I struggled to understand this, and I wonder what consideration, if any, was given. I'll just say the museum people, by the museum people, to retaining this on-site actually embracing it, because it complements so much what they want to do, and they've set out their plan there going forward. And I don't know how they couldn't work to collaborate. Here, I really just don't get it at all. In fact, they seem to lament or criticise the model engineers for only being open a limited number of days. I mean, have any overtures ever been made to see could they increase accessibility to get more people in? Because like you'd says in your opening remarks, Chair, I don't know how this couldn't actually enhance the visitor experience. A day trip should really, it should have something for all the family in it. And I think this aspect, or the model railway, certainly adds to what the museum there is already doing. I wonder, is there a personality clash there somewhere? But I do struggle to believe that every option has been considered here, and we should be at what can lead to the best outcome. Now, with regards to the meeting that's arranged for later this month, Kathryn did say everything is open to discussion. I think she says that twice, but it would seem that everything isn't open to discussion, because their minds are very clearly made up that they don't want the model railway there. And like I say, I just can't understand why not.
No, thank you for that, Mark, and apologies again for not letting you in sooner. Excuse me. Andy, you want to?
Sure, no, and just on Mark's point in regard everything being open to discussion, I got the feeling it was everything open to discussion to arrange and facilitate the move off the site in that respect. And I would like to better understand anything that has maybe been asked of the model engineers in terms of facilitating them remaining on the site, for example, extending their opening or their availability, and obviously the consideration to relocate them on the site.
Okay, members, I think that the clerk's got enough there to be getting on with to draw up a letter to bring back to committee next week. But again, just remembers, if you do think of anything else, can you get it forward, speak to the clerk directly before next week's meeting. Okay, members, just before we move on to the next item of agenda, I'm just going to suggest a really very, very quick comfort break for myself. Is that okay? Yep.
Is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29.
Okay, members, if we could turn then to agenda item 9, which is Assembly Research Briefing on the Northern Ireland Public Finance Framework. The slides for this item are in your table papers, and members have been provided also some members with a hard copy too. Can I welcome to the meeting Colin Pidgeon from Assembly Research, and can I hand over to you then, Colin? Here we are. Can you hear us, Colin? We can't hear you. Are you on silent?
Sorry.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Right. I will be as brief as I can because I know you've had quite a lot already. The aim of this presentation is really to try and support committees in terms of engaging with departments about their budget planning for 21-22. The main issue really is that this presentation was originally scheduled for maybe sometime in October, but because of delays outside Northern Ireland's hands, really, the process now is going to be difficult, I suspect. So just to explain why, there are certain elements in Northern Ireland's public finance framework, that is, in other words, the rules under which we operate, whereby the UK government has to do certain things before the Northern Ireland government can really do an awful lot in terms of budgeting. And the key issue this time was the Chancellor's spending review, which initially was to be in the early summer, for obvious reasons was delayed and then delayed again. So that has delayed then the Northern Ireland process to a certain extent. There are then executive elements which need to follow on from the spending review once the Chancellor has set, in effect, what we call the spending envelope for Northern Ireland. Then there are decisions to be made about what level to strike the rates at, whether to borrow, how much to borrow, those kinds of things. Just to give some context, between 16-17 and 2021, so that's like this current year, Northern Ireland's non-ring-fenced departmental expenditure limits, that's the day-to-day spending, increased by 18.7% in cash terms. So that's not adjusted for inflation. So it sounds like a relatively healthy increase. I mean, inflation has been low, but nevertheless, when we look at Department for Communities non-ring-fenced resource done over that same period, something rather different has happened. So I don't know to what extent the committee is aware of issues that around budgeting for the department over the last few years, because as I'll come on to, the Assembly hasn't been hugely involved in the last few years. But that's certainly just, I think it's important to have that in mind, and to note that these figures are drawn from the sort of start of year position, so they don't take account of any in-year monitoring changes that may or may not have occurred. So to look at the budget timetable as it was shared with the Finance Committee at the start of September, you can see from this table here that basically the spending review.
Colin, can I just ask you to move your screen along? We're still on the first page on our screen here at the yeah. So we've just got the first page 1 is the only one we have up. Now we have it in our packs as well. Don't get me wrong, we have it there too, but just for your presentation.
Okay, I've not had this problem before, so let me see.
You need to go up to slideshow at the top.
Yeah.
I haven't a notion.
Go up to slideshow. Click on it.
Okay.
Hang on, let me stop. And I'm sorry about that.
You can tell us what number slide if you want to. We'll do it here. Oh, there we go. We've got it now.
Hey, can you see slide 5 now?
We can, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So, no, sorry about that. So as you can see from this timetable, the spending review is the key event, and then everything else follows on 2 weeks after, 4 weeks after, 5 weeks after, and so on. So that's the issue that confronts the Assembly now, I suppose. And now I can't. Right. So then that was the timetable as it was set out at the start of September. We then had the cancellation of the autumn budget, and then some questions about whether or not a 3-year spending review was justified at this time, given the COVID uncertainty. Then in November, we did actually get the spending review, and the key points for the executive, it's only for 1 year. The settlement includes sort of 3 elements: core funding, which is set by the Barnett formula, then COVID funding, which is also indirectly through the Barnett formula in a slightly different way, and then Brexit-related, what they call non-Barnett funding, which is replacement of agricultural subsidy and so on over the coming period. And just worth noting that spending reviews do not set the annually managed expenditure, which a lot of which flows through communities because of the social security elements. So that slide 8 just shows the spending review outcome, but I think what's more important than those numbers, which we can easily get afterwards and you've got them in the pack, is that going back to the timetable, we have now had the spending review, and the Minister, stage 3 there, laid a statement in the Assembly on the 1st of December. Now, that then triggers a period before which no draft budget can occur. So if you look, then Section 64(1)A of the Northern Ireland Act says that basically the Minister can't bring a draft budget until at least 14 days after that statement. That statement was the 1st of December. So by my reckoning, that's the 15th of December is the earliest that a budget can come to the Assembly. I mean, that's next Tuesday or something. So if we just look back at the past executive budget processes, they have been problematic, as most members who've been around the Assembly for a while will remember. There have been various issues, whether they've been Northern Ireland related political issues or whether they have been external events. The last, what we would call a relatively normal process, was actually around this time in 2014, so it's a considerable time ago, and ever since there have been all sorts of irregularities. If we look at what you might call like a model process for the budget, there would be a process of departments bidding for what they need, the executive coming up with a draft proposal, consultation then with the public and committees, a revision of those draft proposals, and then a vote in the Assembly. So these early stages are really when committees ought to be trying to get involved, because that's when they can have most influence. And once you get out the other end, it's really very difficult for a committee to exercise any influence at all. So if we go back to 2015-16, we can see that the draft budget came in November, start of November. The final budget was there, or revised budget was in the middle of January, and then the vote was on the 27th of January. So there was a 12-week period there, albeit including Christmas. We look at 16-17. There was a statement on the 17th of December, and then there was an Assembly vote in January, in the middle of January. 4.5 weeks, obviously in Christmas, Assembly not meeting, and it was a statement and not really what you would call a normal budget process. For 2021, so in between that, we've had 3 budgets made at Westminster, and then for this year, given the late resumption of devolution in January, at the start of the year, it seems like so much longer ago, and then the budget statement at the end of March, which was the sort of last possible date it could happen. So that, again, an atypical process, and then we have next year, as I highlighted before, we don't know. At the moment, it's to be confirmed when the budget will come and what the process might be, when a vote might be, and so on. So what I suggest the committee will, based on past experience, it will be difficult for the committee to get heavily involved in scrutinising the 21-22 budget unless the end point, the Assembly vote, is pushed back sort of much beyond the end of January to allow for a process of engagement. So these slides here from sort of 16 onwards are really about how an Assembly can get further upstream. Committees can work more proactively, but based on the OECD principles on budgetary governance, which are evidence-based, drawn from surveys of OECD countries and how they operate. And I think rather than me talk too much about these now, what perhaps the committee could think about doing is banking this information so that when it comes to earlier on in the year next year, when you can see that obviously there's going to have to be a budget process for the subsequent years, and it may or may not be a multi-annual process, but that the committee can identify what are the proactive steps it can take based on these principles. So the principles are there. I highlighted in blue the ones which I think are particularly relevant for a devolved administration rather than a national government. And I'll just skip through these because they're there for you to look at later. And then I had listed some potential proactive actions that you could take. Now, whether you can do these now and whether there's an opportunity to engage, there's a chance, but without knowing what the process is likely to be, I can't guarantee it. But you can, so that step's already passed. But at the very least, I think the committee could ask the department, how did it prioritise its request for resources from the from finance. That what does it ask for, and why is it asked for them in that order? Because they have to give it a sort of ranking of importance, and maybe request an explanation of that. Then there are certain principles which seem to be particularly important, aligning with the medium-term strategic priorities of the department and the executive. So the department should be able to explain how the bids it's making align with its strategic priorities. So you should be able to get to the bottom of that. The programme for government, I'm not sure what position that's in at the moment, but I think broadly that the sort of objectives that were in that will remain similar. How is the department going to ensure a realistic debate on budgetary choices? I think that question has already been answered for us. They probably are not going to be able to, given the likely constraints on them because of the timetable. And how will performance evaluation and value for money be integral to the department's spending of the budget? I suppose that's what I'm saying. So that's the committee may not be able to influence the allocation that's made or the bids that are made, but you can certainly look as the year unfolds about how well the department is monitoring its spending. And that leads into the next point, which is about the quality of the budgetary forecasts. Now, I would want to highlight something. We've published a pilot dashboard on our blog website, which takes the data of from Departmental financial forecasting and puts it into a visual interactive format. So there's a paper for that in your correspondence. And if you want me to come and talk about that, or you want another member of our team to come and talk you through that, we can certainly do that at a later date when perhaps you've got more time. So I've mentioned that. Just to highlight as well, there's also, for this year, as of about a week and a half ago, 270 million plus of COVID-19 related allocations to DFC. And the question, I suppose, that comes from that is, how much of these have been spent? Will they be spent by the end of the year? And then how much more will be needed for those various programs or issues running into the next financial year? And how high a priority will those be treated within the department's sort of financial thinking? Again, to give a quick plug to the blog, we have a sort of visualization of the COVID-19 funding as well, where which shows different pots of money and where it's been divided to, and provides more information about where those allocations have gone and how they're used. And in relation to the 21-24 budget exercise, which actually then became a one-year budget exercise, I just picked out a few things that I think you might want to look at as a committee that the department said way back in September, particularly this one here. No additional funding bids have been included for 21 to 24 accommodation for increased staff, relation to benefit claims, handling benefit claims. My goodness, we all know that benefit claims are going to be an issue in the next coming period. The second bullet point there is that there appears to have been no additional funding for Brexit-related economic downturn. I find that surprising, I have to say. But that's what it said in the letter. So I mean, whether thinking on that has moved on, it said in that letter that strategies would be presented by the Ministry and the Executive by the end of the calendar year. Now that was for actually for a different issue. But again, these things are going to happen by the end of the year. Where are we now on that? Because the end of the year is very close. And pay and price assumption was a 1.5% increase in staff pay. I would just check with the department what their assumption is for staff pay now. I think it's been widely mooted that there will be a pay freeze. So in terms of key points to take away, but a very challenging history in budgeting in Northern Ireland. Internal and external factors that reflect reality. Northern Ireland's constitutional position as a devolved administration leads to certain constraints on the executive and how the executive can work. History has also played its part in that in terms of various political agreements that have been required. And then, nevertheless, even though that reality exists, there is an evidence of a gap between budgeting in Northern Ireland experience and what you could describe as international best practice. There is certainly a gap there. So I suppose the advice to the committee from our perspective would be relying on the OECD principles during the budget formulation stage, when there's most opportunity to actually exert influence, to take various steps that are drawn from those principles, really, to try and improve openness and transparency. So that's a very quick run through. I'll stop sharing that now. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Okay, Colin, thank you very much for that. I only wish we had it a bit longer, because you know we're under a real tight time constraint here. And well done on the Christmas jumper, just by the way.
I'm actually going to wear a Santa hat, but I thought that might be too much.
If I could just ask you to turn to slide 22, I'm really glad to see this in the presentation. It is something that I had spoken previously to my committee clerk about any underspend that there might be amongst that COVID-19 allocations. Just to ask you then, at what stage of the process should we be considering that? Any potential underspend? I mean, we know as an assembly, because we're members of an assembly and not just a committee, that money, I mean, it's not infinite, the amount of money that this assembly has. So just if you can just advise a bit more on that, when do we need to be calling that in?
Well, the key issue with the COVID-19 allocation is whether or not it's allowed to carry over into the following year. So that's a question that you could ask the department. You know, if there is underspend on that, will it be allowed to roll over? I know there's a significant allocation for next year within the spending review settlement, about £500 million for COVID-19 related issues. Now, whether or not that will be enough will be for a discussion later. But in terms of underspend rolling over, the key time really is the monitoring round in January is the last time when the executive could reprioritise its resources. So what we will do, I mentioned the dashboard, we will accompany that with a commentary. Like, we've done a draft commentary, which is in your correspondence. It was sent to you by the Finance Committee, which is really our first go. But we will then do a similar exercise, hopefully reflecting feedback we've had on the pilot, which will hopefully point out whether there are any issues around underspends, if we can. And it is a bit reliant on the data that's available and the time that it comes to us. But that would really be the last opportunity for the committee to or members to really interrogate that issue.
Okay, Colin, thank you. Members, any quick questions they want to ask Colin while he's here? I think we might be getting you back at some stage. Go ahead, Kelly.
I think we would. I was going to say, actually, I would love Colin to come back, because there is an issue. As you said, Colin, we don't know where the draft programme for government currently sits. My concern is the cross-cutting nature of the way that we should be working at the moment, and how as a committee we can scrutinise some of the aspects of communities will have to be delivered by another department, and how we can manage that and make sure that they actually do bid for that money. I would, at some future point, it would be useful for us as a committee to understand how or what way we should be considering how our outcomes are being delivered when it's another department that we can't question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Robin.
No, I would have said it in a shorter way, but much the same. I think it's useful. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There's no other member has indicated at this stage. Colin, can we then, along with get the clerk to contact you again? I think we need to get you back so we can just take a look at this. Give it a bit more time, if that's okay. I have to say, by reading some of your slides, and I have been here 9 years, some things were easier to understand than they have been over the past 9 years as to why we've done some things. And I know this year's been like no other year when it comes to budgeting. So if we can leave it at that, thank you, Colin, and we will then get you back in. We'll get the clerk to liaise with you on that. Okay. I'm sure. Thanks, Colin. Thank you. Bye.
Chair, could we maybe follow up on Colin's one there? Given the time of the year that it is and we're just about to come up to recess, can we put a letter forward to the department to ask the underspend situation?
Yeah, we could do that.
Because they'll not answer it until January anyway.
No, you're quite right. No, we will do that now. Okay, members, then can I bring Mark, Durkin and Sinead is on her phone into the spotlight now, because we're just going to whiz through then the latter part, and it's easier than me going to anybody. You can just holler if you need to ask any questions. So if we can move on then to agenda item 10, which is the SL1, the Pension Protection Fund State Aid Amendment to EU Exit Regulation 2020. You'll find this at page 116 of your meeting pack. Can I ask members, have they any comments, or are they content for the department to proceed to make this rule?
Content.
All content? Yep. Okay, yep, no problems there. Then we'll move on to agenda item 11, which is SR 2020-283, the Occupational Pensions Re-evaluation Order, Northern Ireland 2020. Members, a copy of the SR is at page 121. Can I then ask members, have they any objection to this rule? We did get a briefing on this. No objections?
No.
Okay, then I'll put the following question. That the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2020-283, the Occupational Pensions Re-evaluation Order Northern Ireland 2020, and subject to the Examiner's Statutory Rules report, has no objection to the rule. Move on then to agenda item 12, which is SR 2020-297, the State Pension Debits and Credits Re-evaluation, number 2, Order NI 2020. Members, you'll find this at 129. Again, can I ask, are there any objections to this rule?
No.
No objections. Then I'll put the question that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2020-297, the State Pension Debits and Credits Re-evaluation number 2, Order Northern Ireland 2020, and subject to the Examiner of Statutory Rules report, has no objection to the rule. I'll move on then to agenda item 13, which is SR 2020-298, State Pension Re-evaluation for Transitional Pensions number 2, Order 2020. Members, you'll find this SR at page 137 of your meeting pack. Again, can I ask if you have any objections to this rule being made? No objections. I'll put the question then that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2020-298, State Pension Re-evaluation for Transitional Pensions number 2, Order 2020, and subject to the Examiner's Statutory Rules report, has no objection to the rule. Okay, members, let's move swiftly along then to agenda item 14, which is correspondence. You'll find the correspondence memo at page 145. There are a few things here I just want to draw to your attention. The first one is at page 148, which is correspondence from the Department of Justice on the Gillen Review implementation. Members, it's just to ask then any comments on that. I do see how this fits in with the voluntary and community sector. We can either ask for them to come and give us a briefing, or we can send a letter of support, just expressing support in the work that they do. I'd take it from you as members whether you want to just do that letter through, or do you want to get a briefing session on this?
Chair, can I just ask on that, given the fact that the review of the housing allocation is going on, is there anything there that we need to consider, because if the Minister's going to amend the points system to include domestic abuse and other issues, is it something there that, I don't know if there's something within their work that we need to know about? They don't have to come and present if there's anything that they have. The written briefing, yeah.
So members happy that we get a written briefing then, first and foremost on that one, okay. Then can we move on then to page 151, and this is a letter from Minister Swan declining the committee invitation to the Chief Medical Officer to provide oral evidence on the licensing and registration of clubs amendment bill, and obviously that is due just to ongoing priority with COVID response, but we will get a written briefing. So members okay with that?
Yes.
Then can I draw members to page 152 of their pack, and this is correspondence from the Finance Committee. Let me see. Colin had mentioned this work in his presentation earlier. Any comments on that, or content to note that also?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then I just want to draw attention to a letter we received on page 203 from the Brass Bands League. I know on our memo it says to note. Can I change that? Can we forward that through to the Department for Communities for comment? If that's okay with members, are they content with that?
Yeah, we're
okay.
getting
Then can I ask any members on the correspondence memo if anything else members want to bring up on that first and foremost? No? Yep, Kelly?
Well, I was just going to say that the written update to the committee on the development of the new 10-year strategy for sport and physical activity. I know that we have legislation coming forward on the liquor licensing, but it would be useful to have a briefing to question them on some of the stuff that's going on with sport and physical activity, I think. But our time constraints are crazy. It might be a while before we get them in.
Okay, well, we can ask anyway, and then sure we can see what we can arrange from that. Okay, anybody else, anything under correspondence before I move on to forward work programme? No? Okay, forward work programme. Members, at our meeting next week, the 10th of December, we will be briefed by the Minister on Housing, Casement Park and the Sub-Regional Stadia programme. We'll also have Assembly research on the paper that was in last week's pack on the impact of COVID-19 on the arts sector. We'll also have the Department on the January monitoring round. We'll also have the Arts Council on the allocation of COVID funding, and also the Department on the definition of affordable housing. A really busy week next week. Any comments on that forward work programme, or content to move on to next item? Content? Okay, we'll move on then to agenda item 16, which is any other business. Yep.
Sorry, just in terms of forward work, were we to get something more on gambling? Was that to be this week? Or?
Yes, that was to be this week, and the department pulled it again. I think that maybe is the second time or third time it's been pulled. So yeah, and I know I know certainly I will be attending the APG again in gambling at 1:30 today. So I think it hasn't gone to the executive yet for approval, and that's why we don't have it. Okay, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I move on then to agenda item 16, which is any other business? Can I ask members, Kelly, you've signalled?
Yes, sorry, I was just going to make a request.
Mark, then you'd signal too, sorry. Mark
through
Kelly.
the committee for a request to write to the department to ask for a list of all of the liquor licence holders across Northern Ireland. I've been trying to do a bit of work, just as we all are, in the background of our considerations, and it hasn't been forthcoming. So I just think it would be worthwhile for the committee to be able to see where the licences are, who has them, how many are there, how many haven't been issued. That would be really useful.
Okay, yep, we can ask for that. Mark, you have something as well you want to bring up?
I didn't actually, but I do know. On the back of what Kelly said, you know, a few members, and I think Kelly was one of them, had referred to the surrender principle when we were debating the liquor licence and stuff in the Assembly, and I know it's been raised at committee. Also, there would be concern out there, and we'll be able to capture that data, I suppose, by seeing where all the licences are. But there'll be pubs, especially in rural areas, villages or towns, that have been closed now for a period of time. Many of them possibly won't open again, but their licence will still be there, and there is the concern that therefore, you know, the whole concept of pubs in those areas will be lost if, you know, a Spar or whoever, Tesco's, decides to come in and snaffle up the licence. So I think it would be important to kind of look at it through that prism as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because we know for many of those rural pubs, they are the community hubs. There's so much more than that. They do so much more work than just selling alcohol. There are various other things happen in their location. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Mark. Any other business members have at this stage?
No.
Nope. Okay, we'll move on then to agenda item 17, which is date, time and location of our next meeting. Members, we're meeting here in this room 29, next Thursday, the 17th of December, bright and early again at 9 a.m. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 29. 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly